The Grand River Employment and Training, Ongohonwe Skills Trades Training Center, Six Nations Lifelong Learning Task Force. They're looking at taking over education. What is that going to look like? Of course, the Six Nations Language Commission, McMaster University, we'd like to thank them. Six Nations Polytechnique. I think Rick and Rebecca are here. Are they still? Rick, yeah, Rick's here. From McMaster and Rebecca from Polytech. They're supporting us, we support them. And the Seeing Red Media. So we'd like to thank all of those people at the top. So before everybody starts our sessions today, we also want to thank all of the volunteers from these organizations that are sitting around the room. A lot of them have swag to give away. They had even had frying pans yesterday. And flippers. So somebody said there was a behavior alteration tool. Frying pan. So that's what they call it. So that's where we want to start, is give thanks to all of these folks. One lady that's been leading us, the Language Commission, is Karen Sandy. And she's sitting back there, and she's been leading us, keeping us organized. She's been doing it for a number of years now. And her parents were bilingual in the language. But it just happens to be her birthday today. So say happy birthday to Karen. We can sing that later. We'll sing that later. Okay. So we just want to acknowledge Karen for all her work and her leadership, keeping us organized for the Language Commission. So that's my basically my housekeeping up to this point. We have a panel discussion this morning. We have our evaluation in our booklets, if you don't mind filling them out and drop them off at the front desk over there by the door about how the conference went today and yesterday. We really like to see, we were grateful. All these young people showed up yesterday, and we were able to give the history of language at Oswego from 1969 to yesterday, of all the things that have happened. The other thing I really wanted to acknowledge as well is that I know Jordan Brandt's here, and is the leadership they provided in adult immersion. They use a different method to teach, the root word method. So they're getting speakers. But a big change that happened in our community is that they were able to establish their own longhouse again. So we have to think about that as well, the change that has happened in this community, and acknowledge the Mohawk speakers here for putting all their medicines together of their energies and their philosophy, their psychology, whatever the energies that go into building a new longhouse. So we need to acknowledge that in our history. Whoever's journaling should put that in there and create our history book. So that's new. That's great to have that in our community. So we just really want to support the Kayak Kyono for all their efforts in retaining their language. And I don't know whether Brian's going to make it here today, but Jordan's here. And so we had a big celebration for Brian. He retired last fall. That was a great moment as well. When you think about our history, how much he led us with adult immersion. So those are some news items I shared before 9:30. Now it's going by, so I'm going to start the conference. So we have Ganohonyok, and Shelby Bomber is going to lead us in that. Then the Shasonek Wongweka. Oyakon. How? Okay. Shelby, Oyakon. Ganohonyok.
And Danagi Gana, Tony Yugandage, Hadit Gargont, I had Doi Hockey Handle, Sunny Yosungoi, we are saying on Higgy Handjo, Hawaiian and down. And our Nadi Nange, Sanyo Neo Dukdage, and Gachota Yenda, do got Nigot Grino, agree on Hodongo, Naganohonyok, and Neha Neo Dukdage, and Gosso Weza, Sanga Granny, Nesca Angoya Do Hicked up Naton Howe, Na Angoya East and they had Neo Dukdage. Oyandit ki na skano do not nyo nege nanga aso and ga granny skano ti dwat nigo hadenyo nedi nanga new doctor ge ska di adwaya na ngwa nigo hatso ska ti do tonyo and that ge night to honk na ngwa nigo ha and that gwari na yongo hwani za sa hawanse de nanga okinwa ha dion ha di tin ho kwa nego to na sani ha sa hawanse de nedi nanga na hostis to and ga granny na dio what to get to na doi wa kan to nedi nanga ne honi na ska a guy tweet noni oi ho gwego sane ha cha hawan za de ka do ge ni na di ti no hanyo da to ge ni tok na hong ni go ha and da to gwai na yo go ha ni za san ho we na ho dai hon nyo and nedi nanga to what ni oni se to ya to west no ne nanga ho di hon de oi ho gwego sa ho da nanga ho di hui o hange gwego gai point kwa nyo and asogi oyande hodi hoyi ohangwe gwego gai point kwa nyo na wado hadi wono de ge satiso na di yeti no honkwa ne kwato sanyo nyo de ktage au hoeza sanso waji nange ayongwa tonde ne nange na utka and asogi nyo de ktage dore wa noni na di yeti no hanyo hadi wono de ge satiso di yeti no honkwa da to ge nyo ton kongwa ni go ha and Dr. Goyna, Yonko Hoaniza, Sanit Nange, Edika, Gakwa, Gas, Hoskan, and get to go, was it watcher, Nandi Sotono Honqua, and Hawaii on, the Yohata Sake, the Yohata Shrio, Nange, Nendwitak, I do what Nigo Hio, or once again, Guayadak Sota, and Asogi, Tadi Yoganyo, or Ega, and what Nini should the Asogi, in Gargrini, Nendwitak, Saskano, I do what Nigo Hio, or once again, Agon hit, and Nandagit, Nani, Dr. Gay, I do the way Noni. And the Saturn Hanyo, Edika Gakwa, Gas Hoska, and get to go, Data Gant Neon Tonkna, and what Nigoha. And Dr. Goyna, and what when I yat, Sanit Nange, Wadam, Asoheka, at Need Dagas, at Tiso, Nange, the Yetina Honqua, and not Nidano, Sahanda Guy Point Quatnyo, Nange, Aya, Hawaii on, and what need Doctor, they got it against tuck, so you guys twange, or when's a gate, Nangoyata Gusta, and they had Nay and Gargrini, the Yagonya Hange, say, Nan, Godon Noni, now once a gate. Nedi had Nani Dukdagi, Oyandit, Oihui, Ohunge, Guego Guy Point Quatnyo, and Nate Nanga, a guy tweet Noni, Sahonda Ayat Dukdagi, Nawado, Ajistona Gonyo, a Tiso had Nan and Yatin Honqua, and to a truck and Gargueni, Nascano, I do what Nigo Hio, on an Nanga, Gonhidagi, Nasat Gastwas, and they had Nani Dukdagi, Nadway Noni, Yatina Honyo, Asohika, and Neat Dagis, they had Neo Ajistona Gonyo, da to get Neo Talk now, on what Nigoha. And Dr. Gwadi, na Yongo Haniza, Sanedit Nange, Ayangi Wado, Kenny Hano, had Yokia Kiono, again the Yoki at Yadongis, and the Hat Inishage, Negotona, Honki Hahage, Gongo Howe, and Yoko Dawane, Natun Ho, or once again, Nangoy Duck Sota, and Dane Hatne, New Duck Dagi, and Gargueni, Guy Tweet Noni, Nange, Ayan, Doya Stat, Nanwa, Don Sedoko one, Nate Naskanya Dayo, and Dane Hatne, Gini Hano. What we had a Oiho Guego, Sanito Nigo Hoda, Gong Hide Hand, Na Hawaiian and down, and Nedi Nanga, I am he skate New Shogi, how Yagindak, now how we saw Hawaiian, gone he hand and Nandagi New Doctage, it was a way noni, na gateway noni, Necotonic Nadiatina Honyo, Gani Hano Hadio Yakiono, Necotonic Nanga, Sadogo Hunt Nate Nascanya Dayo, Data Gant Neo Talk na Hongwa Nigoha, and Dr. Guayna, Yokoha Niza, San Howe, na Hong Haki, gone he Hanagit Nas and Guaydiso, and they tonto setto, Nescano, I do not in your hawk. Nicotot Nange had initially had this on the gay, Tau Stohonge, now had any dow shot, Nicotot and Hono Hong shot, and I needed Nange, New Doctor Gay, away on Hatney, and Garguini, Sahonda not the Dwadrix, Guego Scano, a sky what shoni, had initially now, I saw Nandy Yugodawane, and needed Nange, New Doctor Gay, it was the way noni, and the certain Honyon Gong had handed now Hawaiian and though, Dart again New Talk now, Hongwa Nigoha. And as in your weight, New Doctor Gay, now agree hooked at Nange, agree on Hodongo, Nanganohanyok, and Gango, our Greek West, and you sweet no, Nango when it go, Ayawagi, a quiz scout net on a guy, nice on it call honk, and our native Nange, so no, I ain't talk it, Nanny go when I can hate, Dart again, New York talk on what Nigo hut, Donito.
Yisunyawa. So we're going to start our conference, but I just had another moment. I was thinking while he was speaking. We had a great social last night. I thought it was well done, and great singing, great dancing. Even I got up there to shake a leg, a couple of songs, and we had some great speakers. So I'm really happy that it went through without a hitch yet last evening. Some really young people were here dancing. It was really nice to see them dancing. So I just want to thank the organizers for that, Kevin and all his crew. And just before we move on, while we're all still here, I want to thank Iso Agadan Hoonyong Kevin for Kevin's work. He organized these last 2 days for us, for last month and a half or whatever. So this is Kevin. So let's give him a round of applause. Iso and Yawa. It seems like all of us who work in language, all of our families are involved. So it's nice to see that's happening. Anyway, we're going to bring our next and our first speaker of the day is Sarah Niyaso, Sarah General. Dear. So she's going to speak to us and give us some great words. Ne Gayasan, pearls of wisdom. Gayasan, pearls of wisdom, or ne Gisane, sage advice. So Sarah, Gayi says, Daigi. Sarah, give her applause. Yo, he. Yo, he. Anya.
Scano. We're just getting my PowerPoint set up really quickly, and then we'll get started. I can talk louder.
Does anybody know how to get these lights off?
I'll be sure to talk later. Yeah. Oh. Test, test. Can everyone hear okay? Sa tone again? Ayan, right. So, skeno swagwego, sego se wagwego, and that you niso ni gyaso, ashege, dogatangyo, kidoha, negwato, gyadoha, negwato negaya kono, ganyange haga, ni gadewayesta, and agatsanoni nento iges. So skano everyone, I just did a brief introduction of myself. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah General Deer, and I'm here from the Six Nations community. I grew up here, I went to school here, I've lived and worked in our community my entire life, and I'm very, very happy to be here, and really honored, honestly. I've worked in language for a long time, and I'm usually the person inviting keynote speakers, so I was pleasantly surprised to be asked to share a little bit about what my journey has been in doing some of that support work of language revitalization and what my own journey around language learning has been. And I want to say nyawa to the organizers and to everyone who's come here today. I will try to move through my presentation briefly because I see we have a really exciting agenda today, and I also know that there's some concerns around the weather. But do feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about what I've talked about and shared about here today. I'm always happy to talk to people, and I'm really, really interested always in the work that everyone is doing. I mean, Amos mentioned this already, but as a community, we are so lucky. We have a lot to be grateful for, and I know I'm very grateful for all of the work that you do and all of the work that has happened that has brought us to today and that will kind of carry us through the next few years. So when I reflect on the kind of language work that I've been involved in, I can really see that it's been progressing on a few different pathways as the years have gone by. And so that's how I'm going to kind of frame what I talk about today. There's a little pop-up here. So one of the first big kind of pathways that's always been present in my life is storytelling and art and writing and doing work in this creative field. And that's something that's been with me my whole entire life since I was a very young person. And doing creative work and doing writing and doing art, it gives me all of this other energy to do kind of all of the other work that I do. This is just a little picture of some of the book projects that I've worked on, and I'm really excited about doing more of this type of work in the future. There's also been my language learning. My language learning has been slow in a lot of ways. I went to school at No. 5 school, and I had a Cayuga language teacher there. And so even though I belong to the Mohawk Nation, I've gravitated to Cayuga as I've sort of continued my studies as an adult and re-encountered language again in university. And my language learning journey really kind of follows that pathway that Jeremy Green describes in his pathways to creating speakers, that sort of longer pathway where you're piecing together every single opportunity that you can to kind of build your proficiency. And thanks to that work and to other work, there is a pathway that you can follow that can help you find different opportunities. And where there isn't an obvious pathway, I mean, I think that's what the opportunity is for us to kind of fill those holes in and make sure that there's a pathway there that supports learners however they're coming in. So my learning has definitely been a lot of conversational classes. It's been evening classes. We did do, when I was writing my dissertation, I took a leave from my employment, and that was to kind of pilot the Ongowana Genjokwa's root word method in Gayakono. And that was a really useful pilot to do because really working with that curriculum helped us to see what the potential might be for a more intensive pilot project that involved more learners. And I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And then I think my research and professional activity in developing and supporting language revitalization projects, this has probably been where the most of my time has been spent over the last 10 years. And much of what I've been involved in has really and truly been trying to help bring ideas to life that have already existed or that have already been manifested by language workers and activists in our community. And then shared with me because I was a support person that could help them bring that idea to life. One example is organizing a conference or working on the language degree, which was definitely not a concept that I couldn't claim as my own, but I'm really grateful to have been able to support working on these things. Another one, and I think that QR code leads to it, although everyone in the room probably has it, is the Keynote language app, which again was not necessarily an idea that I had. It was an idea that was kind of inspired by Arohokta, Tom Deere, who had visited a conference in the States and kind of met these app organizers and was like, oh, it would be great if we had this. And it was many years later that we were able to kind of bring that first idea to life. And so it's been really fun to be able to work on all of these projects. And of course, as you start implementing them and people start being exposed to them and start either learning from them or attending the conferences, you start to get feedback and you start to get input about what you might do to change or evolve or make better this thing that you've created. And that's a whole other layer of work that many people in this room are familiar with, because that's where they kind of live and breathe and really making those programs and those tools and those resources even better for our learners. Other times, though, you know, as a mother and as a language learner, the projects I've worked on have emerged from questions that I've had in reflecting on my language learning and how it was going, and just thinking about what was missing for me and for my kids, and resources and tools that I needed or that I wanted to work on because I thought it would be an enjoyable experience. Some of the questions I've had is how to teach my kids at home as their parent, and a key language support in how they perceive language, how they think of language, how they enjoy language, and how they'll remember it as they go about their own journeys. How to make sure that they see themselves in the resources that they're learning from and feel a connection to language. These are some pictures of some of the Keynote language books that we've started to make. And you know, for this first round of books that we made, they're very much focused on family and creating a connection between parents and children who are learning. And you know, when we were thinking about these books and what we should include in them and what the themes should be, what the curriculum should be, what might adult word list look like in connection to these, and how do we embed those ideas in what we are creating, these sort of this particular project, you're creating children's books, led us to be thinking about a scope and sequence for what we called a parent-led reading program in the language. And this was really great to work on because it later led to expanding that for a very different project, right? For an initial very very basic scope and sequence that could be used for like the language degree, for example, and that could be built from there to kind of situate the what you are going to learn, the scope of what you're going to learn, and the kind of when you're going to learn it, the sequencing of that learning. And for us, that was something that I was hearing from a lot of the ACTFL training that was happening in the community around the American Council for the Teaching of Foreign Languages. I think there's been around 5 or 6 of that type of training in the community where people are thinking about how do we know if our learners' proficiency is growing, and how do we program for that. So there's been a lot of good questions and a lot of good learning opportunities that can filter through all of this different activity that's going on. And so I really like that activity. I like making resources that align with those goals and that curriculum. And I hope to do a lot more of that in the next few years. Aside from the research I've done in support of programming or language revitalized projects or learning about writing and bookmaking, a large portion that I did of research for my doctorate was around looking at and exploring a framework for collaboration around Indigenous language revitalization. And the genesis for this idea sort of stemmed from a language conference that I helped to organize in 2013. We were still working on the degree at that time. But one of the questions that came through in the dialogue is that we had a lot of ideas about what our hopes were for language in the community. And we were also asking this question about, like, how do we work together? How do we work together to realize all of these goals that we have? And working together, I used to work for the Chiefs of Ontario, and I know that sometimes when you're working on hard things and there's a lot of people working on a lot of things and there's a lot of ideas, that collaboration isn't always easy because you're so busy trying to work on this one piece that you're responsible for and wanting to do a good job on that, that trying to work on something together will take your time away from that. And so collaborations have to be really intentionally built so that everybody participating in them feels really valued. And this continues to happen. We still collaborate to this day in a lot of ways, and Amos pointed that out, right, when he thanked all of the sponsors and all of the people who are doing this work. It's happening organically already. But what I guess I saw when I was thinking about this question was that there are probably some areas where we can be really intentional and strategic in the why we collaborate. And that led me to sort of this next piece of research. So this is a small piece, and it's still ongoing, but a next phase of research that I was able to participate in was doing some of the groundwork research for a broader community language plan and strategy. And there's a lot of language plans in Haudenosaunee communities right now. Ganawage has one, Tyendinaga has one, Wata has one, and they were really good to read and review and think about how other people were organizing themselves to achieve the language goals that they had. And there's other good resources that exist from the First Peoples Cultural Council in BC, where they've sort of developed out some of the ways that you can do your language planning. And stage one of that is kind of sort of assessing where your languages are at. And some of this work has already been done, of course, in other reports. Jeremy's reports talks about this as well. And there's these different tools for assessing the status and the health of your languages that you can use. There's Joshua Fishman's graded interruption scale. There's an expanded graded interruption scale. There's the ethnologue. And there's this kind of UNESCO's definitions about languages that are safe to threatened. And I feel like a lot of the papers that I was reading sort of gravitated to this expanded graded interruption scale. And essentially you have kind of 0, where it's like internationally spoken, is internationally embraced, down to 10, where it is, it does not, they call it extinct. And there's different levels in between 0 and 10. And where Jeremy has kind of written in our Pathways to Creating Speakers, and others have written, is that we're kind of like in the 8A of that scale. And so one of the goals then is to kind of move our way back up that scale. And as Amos mentioned, we are making headway on this. This is it's always difficult to talk about assessing our languages, but truly, when we are speaking them and living in them, there's so much to be happy and grateful about, and it's not a fearful thing to look at this. It's just a tool that helps tell us what some of that work might be. So this is a screenshot from a very large Excel table that just sort of pulls together kind of what we know from different sources, from Jeremy's data, from other data, from older census data, from some of the Lifelong Learning Task Force, pulling together of dashboard data that sort of gives an indication. And I know it's very hard to see, and that's why I said if you want to look at it, do come see me, because essentially it just sort of says, well, if we go back to the previous screen and those 4 sort of ways of looking at language, where do each of our languages sort of sit? And how do we kind of move forward with those? Now, one of the ways that they suggest, the literature suggests that you organize your language planning is around like corpus, status, and acquisition planning. And something that Jeremy added in his Tyendinaga Community Language Plan was this idea of prestige planning. So raising the prestige of a language in the eyes of the community so that more people are excited about it and wanting to speak it. So those sort of ideas really do go together. So previously, we sort of had a look at what the status of language is. And for that table, my idea had been to sort of review it with some language experts and see, like, do we agree with how this has been laid out? Have we captured it accurately? And perhaps get a tool for keeping those statistics up to date, because it is difficult to keep the statistics up to date. That will definitely be something that will be helpful to us in the future. This slide here is just sort of describing very briefly what some of those categories of language planning might be. And why I thought that they were useful to keep all 4 of them, as well as sort of like a feedback on them, is that one of the other things that I had the opportunity to do in doing that research project was read Pathways to Creating Speakers, was read the Community Language Plan, was read the document that looked at it was like the Learning Task Force language survey and plan that they had done. That was really good. And all of these different ideas that have kind of come through, I guess, the different times that we've had conversations around language revitalization, they do sort of lend themselves to this category. So building a really big language building is like an active prestige planning. Doing, asking questions about what Amos was proposing around looking at our words, these are examples of a type of planning as well. So every idea that we have, we can kind of capture and say, yes, let's do that. And we can sort of organize it. And I didn't know what we might do to kind of keep track of those ideas or organize work plans around those ideas. Maybe we would have teams of people who worked on each of them, a corpus planning team, an acquisition planning team, a prestige planning team. But what was nice is that there was a role for everyone, something that everybody could do to participate. This is an older graph, but the idea from it came from Brian Descaires' work on the Wata Community Plan, where he sort of looked at the total population of Wata against the number of speakers and sort of saw what that looked like. And I did a similar exercise for here at Six Nations. It just sort of told us something that we already know, right? That there's a small percentage of our community that is speaking, and that means that there's a lot that we can do to help and to share. And for me, that's really exciting, because if we think about coming back up that scale, that graded interruption scale, that is an opportunity for the many organizations that we have to kind of come together around that goal. Definitely what Fishman and the literature argues is that you have to create speakers. That's one thing that you have to do. And we can do that, and we do that together already. If we were to set a goal that says, well, let's create 1,000 speakers 1,000 novice level speakers in the next 5 years, we can absolutely do that. And an organization might say, hey, I can run one conversational class that has 10 people every year for the next 10 years, and I can commit to that. And they have then committed to 100 of that goal. So everybody can kind of articulate what these goals might be, and some people are already really moving ahead with that particular goal, and some people have already been doing it already. So there's ways that we can factor in all of this work together. So I mentioned this because I wanted to share something that has been interesting to me as I've been contemplating these things. And I've seen us utilize some really good tools to help us grow and gauge our efforts, to gauge how to pace our instructional methods or our curriculum, or grow our supports to our learners, assessment tools like ACTFL. And I know also that with ACTFL, there's been some discussions about how do we tailor ACTFL to be more pertinent to our language context? What could that look like? And I think that these tools, all of these tools, we have to do a similar exercise with. And if the the ACTFul, if the OPI helps to tell us how we're doing with creating speakers, then for me, this other tool is really interesting. This question of how does a community gauge if they are reestablishing intergenerational transmission, and what does that look like? And I haven't done a lot of research in this area yet, but what I've found, is that this has been a conversation kind of going since Fishman started talking about reestablishing intergenerational transmission. And what kind of seemed to be missing, and this is research work underway at Hawaii, Hilo, the University of Hilo right now, is what could a tool look like that would help tell people if they were reestablishing intergenerational transmission with grandparents and adults transmitting that language to their children sort of on an ongoing basis with, perhaps little, not interference, but little intervention. And I think that that's an important question to kind of keep on our minds, because I think that this is sort of happening already to some extent as well. But definitely for, the health of languages into the very, very, very distant future, we would want to see more of this intergenerational transmission occurring. And knowing that we were on the right track, even as we were innovating and trying new things and doing a lot of grassroots approaches, these particular things are connected, and we would want to see them be growing. So, I'm very interested in this question. I realize too that it's very possible that it might be decades away that we're able to see a large-scale realization of intergenerational transmission, and that we might always need to be doing things for ourselves, for our languages, even as we kind of tend to these other matters that nations must attend to, like food security and water security and economic development and environmental protection. There's a lot of things going on that we're involved in, and so for me, like another of the opportunities of collaboration is finding those synergies where that work can happen together. And so much is already happening. We are very lucky to have as much as we do, as we've said. I think for me, when I think about these things, I see that we've answered a lot of these questions. Can we create speakers? Yes. Can we reestablish multilingualism? Yes. Can we reestablish intergenerational transmission? Yes. And I think that planning and talking and coordinating and being able to see these things will only make those efforts a lot stronger. This is a link to the research study that's happening in Hawaii around tools for intergenerational transmission. So in coming back to me and coming back to my own journey of language learning and development, I feel like I've worked hard to maintain a focus on language learning, even though it's been narrower at times than I wish it would be. It's been given maybe 5 or 10% of my time at different points in my life. And I definitely would like to see the intensity of that time grow. And I was really happy to have done the pilot that I did when I was doing my doctoral work. And I found that it was very hard to do a master apprentice mode myself, because, and maybe Rohahio could talk about this, and I think I maybe mentioned it to you, that I felt like in doing that and working through the drills, there was something lost in the saturation that happens when you're in a classroom and the number of times that you're hearing particular words kind of over and over again that's helping to cement them and ground them in your mind. And so I can't really necessarily test that theory or that experience until I've had the chance to be in a program, but maybe someone else has already written about that, and that's okay. That's okay if somebody has already written about it or found an answer to that. Because in this sense, for me, a lot of what I've been able to work on has been to continue projects that have been thought of or imagined by someone else, and what someone else really hoped could exist for our community or our people and our languages. And so while it's definitely an honor to work on the things that I've been able to, it's an honor to stop working on those things too, if that makes sense. To kind of step aside and let others take the lead and bring things to life to an even greater and more focused effect than I might have. And I think that's a really healthy thing to do, so that you can turn your mind to the projects or lines of inquiry or research questions that are really interesting to you. And maybe there's been only a little bit of movement on. You might be able to give some more time to that, and that might be where your path is calling for you. For me, when I'm holding this kind of larger, big effort of revitalization in my mind around planning and intergenerational transmission, I want to stay mindful that there might be a time when my particular skills could be useful for helping pieces of that, and that I'll find those times. That this is really a part of the collective role and work that we all have. And it's awesome to be able to participate in language revitalization, even in a small way. What I think I cannot pass along to another person, though, is the responsibility and the calling that I personally feel to give myself time to learn and to build my proficiency to the best of my ability. I can't pass that along. That's for me. And I'm really excited to kind of bring all of these questions, the art, the writing, to bear on empowering that effort, because that is where I draw so much of my energy to do challenging or difficult things. And, you know, reclaiming our languages can be challenging in different things when you're beginning. I know for sure that I'm going to be shifting a larger concentration of my work to that effort. And I know that the work I do, I want to be in service of our community, of our children, of my children, of your children, and to be in service of language, as my younger sister once put it. And I think that there's a lot of ways to do this, and it looks different for everyone. And I like the idea that, you know, just as we do in ceremony and in Gunahonyok, and sort of speaking to and giving our gratitude to and encouraging creation and the beings of creation to do like their duties and responsibilities. I really like the idea that we are doing that for each other too, and really being grateful for all of the amazing work that's happened up until this point, that's underway, that's yet to come. And I just want to say thank you to everyone here who is doing that work. Nyawa. I see the work you're doing, and it really inspires me. The research, the papers, the projects, the programs, everything. And it was nice to be able to share a little bit of what that work has looked like for me. And so with that, I want to say nyawa for your time, and I really look forward to hearing from the other speakers. Tatso, nyawa.
Iso nyawa, Sarah. Let's have a nice big round of applause for one of our leaders in language, Sarah General. Dear. I know she talked about fishmen. Yesterday I had that handout that looked at when we're going to lose all of our L1 speakers. There's a formula you can use. As you see on that paper I shared, you take the most senior speaker that's proficient in their language and mother tongue, and the age of the next level or next age group of the last level of speakers. I don't know if anybody got to, you could share that with your students in your classroom, just to give them an idea of how important it is to keep your language. My estimate, and what you do is you take that figure and you add it to the current calendar year. So in my estimation, I think we have until 2033 will be when we lose our L1 speakers. They'll vanish from this community. That's empowering. That tells us we got to work harder. And yesterday was the first time when I looked out at everyone that I realized there was no L1 speakers with us yesterday. But I'm happy we have one today. with Gloria here. So we have one L1 speaker with us today. So keep that in your mind, keep it in your journal, keep it in your journey for your purpose. So just want to remind everybody of that. So make sure we keep on going. And I guess we need, as a community, to look at when are we going to become L1 speakers again? Is it next 2 generations, the next generation? L1, as you know, are the ones who grew up in the language. So your children, if you raised them in your language, I'm not an expert on that, but I think they would be L1 speakers. So we need to think about that as well in our work, in our effort to try and recover our languages. So we're ready for our next panel. And it's going to be moderated by Rick Montour. He's going to present the theme of that group, what they're going to talk about. And he's from McMaster University, and he's been a very strong advocate for our languages and activist. So we'll bring up Mr. Rick Montour. Rick.
Trying not to trip over anybody on the way up here. Oh. This happens a lot. Good morning, everybody. Lovely spring day out there. I'm glad you could join us this morning. I also want to say thank you to Kevin and Karen and Lori and Clint and Cheyenne and everybody, Michael, who did a lot of work, a lot of the work to put this event together. We're part of a little group, the Onkohoe Advisory Group. It's been meeting for probably over a year to work on languages and cultures in the community. And we talked, we had made some ideas and vague plans to have something like this eventually, and here we are. So it's pretty amazing, and it's really good to see everybody gathered this morning. And, just to keep that good work up. And I know that everybody here is very committed to revitalizing our languages and keeping them strong for all sorts of reasons. It's great to see older people, young people. And I realize I'm probably already in the older category now, and Amos did his little history of language here, like language teaching and learning on the reserve. A lot of those old folks that came up in his presentation, I knew, and can still see them and hear them speaking Gaokono, Kinyangehaga. It's a good thing. You kind of miss them, but at the same time, I'd like to think that they're here with us this morning, cheering us on and supporting all of us in this work, because it's the volunteer hours, the dedication they had is what keeps us going, and it's made it possible for us to do this work. So I want to say nyawa to everyone here for doing that, keeping that up and showing up today. I guess back in the 70s, when I was going to number 6 school, that was the kind of early beginnings of teaching our languages in the classrooms. When me and Kevin and the birthday girl Karen were going to number 6, Reg Henry would come in and once a week, right, do Gaokono with us. And I can still hear and see. It's funny how, you have these memories of way back then. And I guess some of my more vivid recollections of going to school at number 6 were those language classes, probably because we were having fun, right, and learning stuff, and it was unique. And, anyway, I don't want to go on talking too much about myself because we have panelists to come up. So anyway, So I guess I should call them all up. I've seen one of them, Stevie, Mr. Hill, Gaji, Mackenzie, you out there somewhere? There she is. So as they're making their way to the podium, as it were, I'll just introduce folks, my left, your left, my left, yeah. My left to right. We have Mackenzie Sandy Gawen Oge. She is a graduate student at the University of Toronto, completing a master's in linguistics. Her work centers around putting language back into linguistics, namely, what are the tools that already exist in Onguhoeneha that support language documentation for revitalization, and in that respect, how far ahead communities are and in that respect, how much further ahead communities are than the institution. And as someone who's spent a lot of time at a post-secondary institution, I can attest to that. Stevie Jonathan, in the middle there, as a member of the Mohawk Nation Turtle Clan, woman of the Grand River. She bridges her passion for language and cultural revitalization with Indigenous education at Six Nations Polytechnic as a university manager. Stevie has a bachelor's degree in Indigenous Studies, Psychology, Sociology, and Masters of Professional Education in Indigenous Education Leadership. She is also a lifelong learner of Haudenosaunee languages, currently focusing on Cayuga and Mohawk. And next to her is Hohahe's Leroy Hill, who most everyone here knows. I didn't even bother asking him for a bio because I don't know, where do I start, where do I end? All-around good guy and committed helper of everyone here at Six Nations. So nyawa for all your work, Jock. So we have some, some loose questions as to how we want to structure this panel. I know it's more geared toward adult language learning. So I thought maybe I'd have each of them introduce themselves and just a little bit about what brought you to this point in your language learning and reasons for being involved in this work. And then I have some questions to ask them. I think that's all we'll do. And if there's time, we'll do some question and answer from the crowd. Okay, so Mackenzie, you want to lead us off? Just kind of how we got here? Or a little bit about yourself? What do you want to do? Then I'll ask the question.
Scano Seguego. Jesus, awkward. Gawana kining gaso ang gohoeneha. Otahioni ni wage shout dan gaya konot ni wat kwanzot dan. Oswegan do gahtengyo. Linguistics ni gaya kono ni ganyak kyono ni kadewanyasta. Yeah. Hi everybody. I was very pleased and honored that I was asked to be part of this panel and these, couple of days here, this language summit that we've got going on. As Rick mentioned, I'm a graduate student, oh boy, at U of T. Oh. Is that only you can hear that? No? Okay, and I'm completing my master's degree in linguistics. I'm also a student of Gayakono and a little bit of Ganyakyono. So that's pretty much me. That's who I am.
Scano Seguego, Yontehizux Nigyaso, Ganyata Niwageshonta, Ganyakyono Niwakwenzoda, Hiet Nio Huansage, Dwagatengyo, SNPO Datra Honianitage, Grihode, Odranita Costisto. So my real name is Yontehizux. My English name is Stevie Jonathan. I'm the unit manager for the university programming at Six Nations Polytechnic. And I mainly oversee the language programming and make sure everything's running okay and helping with program development, program review, implementation, all of that fun stuff. I'm a learner of Gayakono more recently, just to help do my part in reversing the decline of the Gayakono language. And then I grew up in the Six Nations federal schools learning Ganyageha, but then learned more recently as an adult with Kanadawako David Miracle at Western. But then taking what I've learned from him and understanding the beauty of our languages and following the root word method, being able to apply those skills into learning Gayakono. Yeah, I'll leave that at that for now. Yeah.
Nhà quay hết ngày nó swag wiki. Ông nghe hết cái đi what đi nhà đó nó đã cái cái na học qua inisko đã thì ai hang cả. Dan sẽ này ở chỉ cái hôn đi yas thì hạt đi. Đây nên na uswat hôn đã ha ho ha his ne bak sanu đã. Dan sẽ này cái cái yêu quen cả. Này nè ở quay ne bak cái sẽ đã. Da Giờ tiếng thì đi qua nó ha, sau này chiều xoay vắt nhẹ hạt gì, cho nên nó hiện gọi là ít đặc quá, để quay qua cái gì, này ông qua nó xong, cái qua cái ste ha, ta này ô na qua cái đó cái ste ô cha cái inon này cái, để xoay cái sẽ, ô cha cái này ta nó vào để hết nó, đi qua nó ha, đi xoay nó, cho nên nó đi qua nó cái sai vậy. Dan sẽ sang ni chiong quê ta cái số tiền cái này here yết cái kiên đấy số chiong quê ta này here này cái chỗ cố anh này cái này hôm nay yết đi hạt gì ông có muốn nó và cái don ha hết ô này cha nhớ ya ông có thôn đó yết phải yêu đấy sẽ này này nó cái yêu đấy xí yêu cái nào đâu quê nhớ không hả? So my name is Hohahis, and I live in the Cayuga Nation Bear Clan. I'm a faith keeper, a sub-chief, and the secretary to the Council of Chiefs. And I'm also a speaker of the Great Law of Peace and a speaker of Gaiwiyo. I can speak that in a couple languages. And I just recently completed an effort to record my knowledge of the Great Law in Cayuga language. And I'm not quite done yet, but I say Nyawaha to our Confederacy chiefs and clan mothers for persevering. And they've supported my efforts on that. And hopefully we can get an approval that can be used for learners. That's my goal with that. So I put everything I had into it, and I'm very thankful I was able to visit some of the more fluent speakers. And as I went along, I went at it piecemeal, so roughly an hour or less at a time. And I made sure that I've done the best that I could from week to week, or sometimes it was 2 weeks time. But it's been pretty gratifying work, and I knew that I could do most of it. So I was thankful. I'd say Nyaweha, and Gloria sitting here, that's why I tried I had to give it a whirl with Onondaga language. Right? Sometimes we talk, and I missed that because I had one on each side of me for about 25 years. I had a fluent first language speaker on each side of me. I had them the first half of the day, they speak a couple languages. And I learned Mohawk from visiting with Jake Thomas, and he used to have fluent speakers there. I've never taken a class in those things. So the learning I'd done, and that's what I was asked to talk about, my learning journey. So I'm happy to be here. I've never been asked to do that. Now
everybody, and I was in such a hurry to get up here, I thought I'd have time to get a coffee. I wasn't able to do that, so I forgot to introduce myself. So sego se waguego kaengolis niwak sanoda wakanyada ginangahaga wa niwak wajoda. My name is Rick Montour from Fourth Line. Fourth Line Hono is Lati and Ima would call our neighborhood. And was also lucky to be neighbors with some very wonderful teachers and very good human beings, very good Ongohoe people. Irene and Harry Longboat, Jim and Romaine Stiers, Ima and Emmanuel Johnson, who were in our little neighborhood and were great teachers as we were growing up. So I always kind of think that, you know, if I was to do things differently, I spent a lot of time at McMaster University and just happened to be there when Oka happened, and folks like Arnie General Kant and Harvey Longboat Kant would come and help us. You know, they started the program that, you know, became Indigenous Studies basically in the wake of Oka. Jock was there and many, many others. The whole idea being that our knowledges and our cultures, our traditions, our languages, our understanding of the world deserved to be at a university, right? And at that time, Gawanio had just started, and the idea there was for those graduates of Gawanio to come when they got, and if they chose to go to university, they'd have a place to go to where our languages could continue at the university level. And it took us 30 years to get there, but like a lot of good things, I guess it takes a while to build. So we just became a department last year, and we still have a lot to do in terms of languages and things, but we're working on it. So hopefully we'll get that going, and we're hiring more language teachers and things like that. So, you know, we're headed in the right direction for sure. So anyway, I guess we can just sort of begin. I'd sent some questions to Stevie and Mick, but I didn't send them to Jock. Sorry, so you're gonna have to wing it when they get to you. But I've also asked them to share whatever they want to in terms of you know, what they've come to understand through learning languages and some of what they just talked about already. We'll have like a loose discussion about this, because I think it's nice to think about how we apply who we are, where we came from, where we are politically and historically with our journeys as language learners. Like I say, growing up, I heard Gayokona all around us, and those voices slowly went quiet. But it's really natural to hear that more so than Ginyangeha, because we were the only Mohawk family in our neighborhood, I think, for the most part. So it was, you know, I often think that when I was younger, I used to think that, well, that's how I'll speak when I get old too, right? It was like an old people's language. But I understood differently now, and I think that, you know, if I had to do it all over again, I often think that I would probably rededicate my time to learning our languages and stuff than I did at the university, because some of the best classes I ever had were at the dining hall at Cayuga Longhouse. Some of the smartest people I ever met were in our community, not at the university, but hey, that's another story. And I think more importantly though, that vision that Arnie and Harvey and others had is that our knowledge systems can come together. And I think now we can all agree we're at a particular time in the history of human beings in the world that we all need each other's knowledges to solve some of the problems that have been created. So, you know, our understanding of the environment, our ceremonies, and our ceremonial understanding of the world can, you know, hopefully, possibly work in conjunction with Western science and understanding to help save this planet for the most part. I guess that's kind of where we are, right, as human beings. So anyway, I guess I'll just, again, work down the table here, if that's okay with everybody. And I said, you know, you can bring up whatever you'd like to this morning, but I have some questions just to sort of guide us along. So I'll ask Mackenzie first. What was your main motivation to begin learning language?
Well, for me, I don't think that there's any way that I could really quantify when I began learning language. Like, we understand learning generally to be like a very much a lifelong process, and just as it's something that never ends, I don't think that it's ever something that really begins either. And you know, does it begin when somebody does like the welcoming baby speech, or when you get your name, or you know, the first time that you take NSL, or when you start immersion? All of these questions come up, and so yeah, that's a very difficult thing to understand, for me to try and quantify. But as an adult, I guess formally or trying to formally learn language has become like a larger role in my life. But above all of that, the motivation to do this work, whether it be learning or strategizing or teaching and attempting to teach, all of this I think really comes back to just this drive and this desire to capacity build amongst our people, and to really remember who we are, and yeah, make sure that we're guiding our choices and these decisions that we make in our lives with things like ganikuyo and, you know, this compassion that we have for one another. And I really think one of the first places that we can find these values is in our language. And so, yeah, I guess that's a motivation.
For me, I was learning kind of Ganyat Geha on and off throughout the Six Nations federal schools, and it was something that I really clung to because it wasn't spoken at home. There wasn't much of like language or culture because I come from a family where there was no speaking until 4 generations back with my great-grandma Lucinda Stiers. So, and it was a very Christian household that my mother had come from, but my father comes from a Longhouse family. So I always kind of gravitated more to learning our ways, our languages, and it was something that, you know, I kind of learned to grab on both hands with and really not take those opportunities for granted and know that I wanted to pursue that because it kind of just uplifted my spirit, and it was my true self to learn our languages and going to Ganusis. Mind you, I didn't go to Ganusis until I was in my early 20s, maybe 19, 20. And when I really started to get into language, when I was an adult learner with Ganadawako Miracle at Western University, I kind of got close with different people from Oneida. So they kind of took me under their wing. I started learning. Ganadawako Miracle was very hard on us. It was that tough love, you know, you have to learn your language or it's gonna die. So it was kind of like that fear-based like push to learning language, but it still stuck with me, and that's really how I ended up pursuing it as a career. And then around the same time, my friend Lodant Honyost, we went out to lunch, and because he knew I was kind of just contemplating, what am I gonna do after I graduate? And he said, well, you know, you have this Western education is gonna be here for a long time, but your language is not always gonna be there. So it was really, all of these things were happening in alignment and pushing me towards learning language more intensively and pursuing it in my everyday life, like as a career, when I go home. I didn't have children at the time, but I knew that's something that I wanted for my children. Yeah, so I applied to the Bachelor of Arts in Ogohoe Languages in 2016, started learning Ganyat Geha there a little bit more. Took some time off from language learning to focus on my career and my own education and personal growth. And now I'm back into learning Gayakono in the Bachelor of Arts in Ogohoe Languages again this fall, which I'm really excited about to be learning more intensively again. And hopefully I'll be doing our Gayakono immersion. We have a Gayakono immersion launching at Six Nations Polytechnic this September. So I probably won't make the intermediate proficiency cutoff for admission, but you know, fingers crossed for the next cohort. You know.
Yeah, well, when I think about what motivated me and inspired me, I think it was really the community and seeing that our elders were on the decline, the ones who spoke to one another. In my memory bank, when I was a child, I pretty regularly heard Cayuga language and Onondaga language through my childhood. My grandmother lived next door to us in her final years there, and we used to go over there every day, and she'd have visitors, and she preferred to talk the language. And I'm not 100% sure, but I know she could speak at least 3, and she may have been fluent in more than that, but she was pretty good with the language and preferred our language in her tail end of her life. So I used to be able to pick up here and there and when they're talking. But of course, some of you who grew up in my era, they'd say, all right, out the door you go. You didn't really sit around when adults were talking too much. They let you maybe for a minute or two, but it was something grabbed me at that age to hear them visiting and talking in a language and just here and there catching things. That was Cayuga language mostly. I also had an elder in my neighborhood who couldn't speak English. She just spoke Onondaga. That was all she spoke. So we used to visit there as kids. I was friends with some of her grandkids. And that was such an amazing thing to me, that this lady doesn't know English. So we had to be able to speak to her. By the way, she was a good cook. So you're darn right, we learned some language quick. She would make you ask things in Indian, in our language, in Gwawana. So as I got older and I become more proficient, I would say, in language, I was starting to be functional, and especially understanding from working with the older chiefs and faith keepers, clan mothers, medicine people. That's where my knowledge comes from. My education and learning, primarily, that was the source of that. So it was a long process, but anyways, I just share that with you, that I had experience with a couple people who were I would say right immersed in the language at the time of my childhood. And I can remember back around, I'm going to say I was probably less than 10 years old anyways, but I can remember Roy Buck-Gahan. He was speaking our message at the Longhouse. And I went there. We always went to the Longhouse. We always went to Ganoshiske as long as I can remember. And he spoke Onondaga, and his Onondaga was so fluid. I'll never forget that. He had a very fluid, because I don't think he used English a whole lot in his life either. But at the time there, I was catching here and there. And I can remember him telling, Yateho Nishaya. That word stuck with me since then. And that's what he was talking about, was the fatherless one that come amongst our people. So he was telling the birth of the great law of peace. And what happened, I had an aunt, and my aunt was a good teacher for me, and I could pick her brains, and she had patience. So what ended up happening, we kind of coerced her to sit with some of us in the afternoon. Roy Buck-Gahan was speaking in the morning in Onondaga, and my aunt, and there was somebody else with her. They took whoever wanted an explanation. They went. There used to be a huge tree by Onondaga Longhouse on that side. It was a great big tree like this. We went and sat under there, and they interpreted what he was saying each day. So that's quite a while ago. That's in the 70s. And then I heard him telling again, holding the wampum. And I was wondering, what is the difference here? And my aunt said, there's no difference. So my teachers taught me at a young age, there's no difference. Our teachings are Sanyang Waiho Da. So that's the way I was taught, and to the perspective I was given was our ways are our ways. It's not separate. So I remain focused on that, and I encourage people to that, because that's how I was raised. I never knew there's a difference of where the source of this knowledge come from. It come from Seguya Diso, I thought. That's the way I feel. Our knowledge and teachings come from Seguya Diso. And it also, some of our knowledge comes from generations of experience. So that's what I put in my mind from my experience of learning, to remind myself now and again. So my inspiration was my environment and my community. That's what I would say, and recognizing that our fluent speakers and our older folks with the knowledge that come with it were on the decline. And I never thought one day that it would fall on my shoulders what I'm doing. There was probably 6 or 7 years I was the lone speaker that carried our prophecy, because the others were passed away and not healthy. So I brung this show and tell. I don't know when I'll leave it up to Rick. I just want to kind of just go over what I've done here. It helped me tremendously in learning. Yahweh.
Yeah, I just saw Riva here. Sorry, Riva was a big part of this idea behind this weekend as well. So now Riva for doing that work early on and whipping us into shape. Yeah, you know, just as people are talking, I know my own experience. Three of my grandparents were fluent Mohawk speakers, and my grandma could understand, but wasn't a speaker. And so those things at that time, right, they weren't passed down to my parents, not because they weren't ashamed of their languages. I think it's just a practicality thing, right? Like, it's not gonna, you know, get you a job. It's not gonna help you out in the world in the 50s and the 60s. So that seemed to be the case. I remember my grandparents speaking Ginyangeha a little bit, but just commands and general things, right? But not conversations, although I know they could, and I confirmed that with my parents. So that's what happened in our family. But I'd also, you know, rather proud for my grandma. The current site where Gowaneo is being built was my grandma's old field that she sold a few years ago. It was in her name for a long, long time, so I'm sure she'd be very, very happy to see that happening now. But yeah, we'll definitely have time, Jock, for whatever you want to share with the cane and stuff. But so I guess we've already touched on this with everybody, but again, just a question to go down the row. What was and is your biggest inspiration to your learning? And you talked about it a little bit, but I don't know if you want to go on a little bit about that. And also, what kind of advice would you give to other adult language learners based on what you've experienced and been through so far? Mick?
Oops. Okay, well, I guess as far as inspiration goes, like when I think about language, to me this is something that connects us to so many strong women and strong men who have come before us and have, you know, really paved the way for the strong men and women who are in this room today. And as well, it connects us to all of these individuals and these coming faces that are going to continue to change the world that just simply aren't here yet in our languages. Such an awesome way that we can connect to all of these individuals. Yeah, so that's definitely a huge inspiration. And through all of these people, I guess that's like a very conceptual response, but my papa is a huge inspiration for me to continue on this work and to do these sorts of things. And it's really nice to hear these like different reminiscent stories of the people that, you know, are in our lives and sometimes in our own homes who can really, you know, inspire us and create these really important conversations that give you even just a word here and there that can, you know, shape your whole mindset. But yeah, my papa, he would actually probably be very embarrassed if he knew that I was talking about him right now. But he's super shy, but he is so knowledgeable and so patient. And those are two, like, just awesome qualities that I really hope to embody and grow into one day. Yeah, and his patience and knowledge and understanding of language and that connection that he sees even today, you know, in the 21st century, these like what we were talking about, our culture and our cultural values, those realities and the way that we see the world today are, yeah, the way that he can tie those things together is something really beautiful and something that I strive to. But yeah, as far as advice goes, I really don't think I'm in any position to be giving anybody advice. But I guess from that, everybody starts somewhere, you know, and that's a very important thing to remember. Yeah, and I think it was perhaps Jake Thomas Kent that used to say, if we can just keep using a new word every day or learning a new word every day, then we're moving in the right direction. And that's a really important thing to remember. Keep working all these words into our vocabularies and normalizing these thoughts and feelings amongst each other with our own people. Like right now, we're in this room full of our own people, and yeah, if we can remember to use Ongohoe Neha as our first choice, this is the place to do it around our own people, in our communities.
The question was, what was our inspiration, right? Okay. So I shared with you that I didn't come from a Ganusis family. I only went to Ganusis on my own later in life. But I think in that moment, it was just an overwhelming feeling of coming home. in that moment is looking around at all of our people and hearing the songs and just how at peace myself was and continues to be my inspiration. You know, I want to go through every day with that super scano feeling, you know. So that is always my inspiration, to be connected with Sungwai Diso, San Juan today, Ngoye Su'a. Being connected in that way is so, yeah, I just want to have that moment and feel like that every day, and I want that for my family, and overcome those intergenerational trauma, right? Because it's very much healing as well. And in terms of advice, I would just say, you know, have open arms and an open mind for everyone who didn't have those opportunities. But we need to bring those people back in the circle, back under the rafters, and be very nurturing with them and helping them along their journey. I'm very fortunate to have people like that in my life. They're sitting right there, Kaindio, Nauyako, Goifait. I absolutely love the people that I work with and the people Sungwai Diso has brought into my life. I'm very thankful for them.
What they said. No, just kidding. Gotta have a little laughter along the way. That's my inspiration. Anyway, so I already shared what inspired me. I was semi understanding through my childhood, and I wanted to understand. And I knew that it was in these hands to do so. And that's what I put my mind on, and I asked Sungwai Diso to help me to pick up my languages. That's one of the things that I had an elder aunt that I used to consult with quite a bit on. She knew Onondaga and Cayuga language and some Mohawk, but she says, maybe you better ask Sungwai Diso to help you at what you're trying to do so your mind stays clear and strong. Okay, how do I do that? So she says, write it down because you aren't going to remember. And I'll tell you, at the time there wasn't a writing system, it was how it sounded. So I wrote it down, and she says, Tin honyo Sungwai Diso, ne agrih wanek, I'll give way in he, and God will know that on Wawana. I still remember that. That's quite a few decades back. I share that with you. What that means is I give thanks to our Creator, and also I'm asking that one day I'll be able to speak the languages that He's given us. So that's it in a nutshell. My inspiration comes from many places. It's hard to really just say one, but it really become something when I got to a certain point of regaining our language, my language. It become interesting more and more. It become interesting. Then I want to be around every place they're using our language, and I put myself around every place they're using our language. I found a way to do that through artwork. So that's why I brought in some artwork with me here. I was an artist at the same time. I'd done sculpture, I could do sketches and wood burning and things. It was something in me. So that kind of led me down a path of wanting to know our stories of our people, so I can create art on the stories of our people. And next thing you know, that connected me with Jake Thomas and his family. They were quite a good artists, they still are. And that's how I kind of got on that path of learning about the great law, Gayan Shrak Gowa, and about condolence, Kanik Danyo, and Henat Nadre. And then I didn't want to learn about funeral things, but I was forced into that because pretty soon there was 2 healthy funeral speakers and one passed away pretty quick. So guess what? You're it. So that had to be something I had to put my mind on, and I had a method that worked very good. I will say that, in cooperation with elders and that. And my method was pretty simple. It was trying to catch words every time we're around that language, and I kept a notebook. I try to catch words every time there's somebody talking, try to catch words that I'm not familiar or not sure about. Just take that little note, and afterwards I would ask them, Pete Gahan, Harvey Gahan, Oliver Gahan, or else the women I was around too, or I had, like Ruby and them were always helpful. Gloria, I picked her brains over the years. Even just the other day, we were talking about a word. We remembered 2 words. She remembered a word that triggered my memory of another word. So I spent the last 4 decades doing that, at least, maybe a little more. So I know that if you keep on, it's like building something, the way I viewed it. It's like you're building something. So you got to have a base. You got to have a foundation. And that foundation, it can be different from person to person. That's why you got to have a good mind. That foundation is a base of words, or a method to get that base of words and understanding of the words. So I've never taken language class. I did sit with Reggie Kant when he was inventing the Henry orthography. I was one of his test pilot classes, you might say. I don't know if you remember that. He used to borrow a classroom at the old number 11 school. There was about 8 of us, maybe 10 of us in there. We were his test pilot group. When he was inventing Henry orthography, I was a student of his. I still have notes. But that system wasn't flying so good back when he was starting. It was a hard sell, let me just say, at the start. And it took me a while to catch on to that, and it was helpful. It was helpful, and that's kind of the approach he took back then. He said, what I'm doing, and I'm working with linguistics and that, and I think this is going to help you on your young people learning. And here's how it works. Give us a bit of an overview of this basic overview of it, and he said, if this helps you, use it. And if what you're doing is working, stay with that too. And that's the exact path I've been on. And so I tell people, don't be too rigid about wanting how you got to learn. Be flexible and open your mind, and you might learn from somebody you don't expect. So there's many paths to learning. There's many paths to take in learning something. Even artwork that I done, I learned a little bit here and there, a little bit here and there, and it's a lot of practice too. Like even when I have to recite our teachings in prophecy, my practicing starts probably about 6 to 8 weeks before. So it goes like a song when it's time to do it. So that's my responsibility, to be prepared. So having a good methodology, one of my teachers was the late Tawaya Gant, Jim Steyer's Gahan. And what he told me, he says, it's very important, the age you're at, to start examining habits. And those habits, sometimes he says we've got to adjust our habits to succeed. So it's an ongoing work. And he learned that from being a professional athlete. He said that's how I become a professional athlete. It's by monitoring, self-reflecting on my habits. So you got good habits, we all have bad habits, and we know that. So I share that advice with you because it helped me as well to gain another step along my learning journey, was to sadat gas, is what the word in Payuga, sadat gas. That means take a look at yourself and monitor yourself, evaluate yourself as you're going along, because one of the number one things, I know the second part of the question was about challenge. One of the number one challenges that I run into was frustration and disappointment with how slow things go on the learning journey. There's no magic wand, no? There's no magic wand to say, okay, I put in my year 2 program and I'm there now. It doesn't work that way. It might take you the rest of your life, but you've got to find a process and a methodology and approach that keeps your mind interested, and it keeps your energy to stay learning. So again, I said that was part of the thing that helped me, and I think that would help any student in school, is to monitor your habits and try to work on developing good habits that'll help you succeed in learning. So now I think back of our teachings our Creator gave us. They scan on hang. So you got to also fit that into your thinking, because you're going to run into challenges. You're going to run into frustrating moments. And I've actually quit a couple times my learning. I can recall a couple times just saying, no, just seemed like the yardsticks weren't moving. So I took a break for a little while, done something else, and it kept pulling me back. And I kept on interacting with people with language, and I realized, hey, I was getting somewhere. So I went back at it. I was just not putting as much pressure on myself. So you got to find that balance. How much pressure to put on yourself, and don't be too relaxed, but also don't overstress, you know. You got to try, like she's saying, to have that scandal, you know. It's fun too, don't God. And I've missed a lot of the ones that I grew up around and learned from how they're talking it. They had a real good sense of humor in the language. We're kind of losing that a little bit, you know. Like we're kind of, it's something kind of going to the wayside, but they had a real funny sense of humor. And now and again you'll hear it, especially the Mohawk guys, they're still like that. I was up there, I had to go do medicine up there about a month ago. And I usually stick around with the family, still talk their language. And there's probably 5 or 6 of them sitting there, and they're the same way. They're cracking jokes left, right, and center in the language. And you're visiting and you're talking, and then there's something serious mixed in, then they're joking again, laughing. So I share that with you because on my learning journey, I try to keep it that way. So you have some fun and lighter moments as well. Not good. My mother told me a long time ago, she said, not good to be too serious all the time, you know. She said, remember that. So there you go, Danito.
Yeah, and you're talking about Jimmy, and I remember one of the things that he was telling a few of us just a year or so before he passed. He said, as far as knowing stuff and always, you know, having questions and thinking about the breadth of our traditions and knowledge and stuff. He goes, this is Jimmy, right? He goes, he always thinks he's like one of the top dogs in our ways. He says, I still have questions. He says, every now and again I still have questions about what this word really means or what this meant in our philosophy. He says, but he says, it used to be a time I could ask those questions to people that they were around us. He says, no more. He says, I got no one to ask. And so he said it kind of sad, but in a way, I think too, it was kind of encouraging because you keep asking questions, you keep challenging yourself, you keep being curious. You don't ever think that you know all there is to know. There's always still something that someone can share with you. A teacher can come out of nowhere, whatever it is, right? So I sort of took that to heart in terms of always being curious, always being open to new things, and always thinking about how much there is to learn in our ways, whether it be language or even just the way of thinking about the world. And another thing that same thing when I practiced my Ohendon Guliwadekwa and would do it with her a couple times, and the last time I was able to, she said, you're coming along good, you're doing good. She said, but one thing remember, she said, my dad always said, you got to go slow. People got to be able to grab onto those words to understand them. And again, it was about that for sure in our language, but I always sort of think about like just in general, because we're all moving so fast, we share things, we have information on our phone, everything just flies by us. And it got me thinking that we have to really kind of sit with kind of what we're hearing to understand it, and just go slow, like don't always be in a hurry to understand it, and don't put that pressure on yourself, because I think a tendency, a lot of language learners, I know myself too, you're kind of nervous, you kind of want to get through it as quick as possible, like that's going to make it better or easier, but take your time with it, and you'll probably be more successful over time. But again, these are all good words to live by, but putting them into practice is always a challenge. But anyway, so I guess I lost track of what time we started, so I guess we're okay. I'm sorry. So I guess a general question again for panelists. What would you like to see our community do to better support our languages and language learning in general? Like, what do you think our wider community could do? Not just the councils or leadership, but like everybody in general, if there's anything that you can think of that would help promote languages, support language learners, whatever you think. And I keep, Mick's always looking at me like, why do I got to go first all the time? So, Stevie, you want to go first? Help her out?
Sure. I think for me, the biggest thing to see is having, well, I guess for me, it's really encouraging to see so many of the younger generation taking the initiative to learn language, to learn our culture, our ceremonies, and all of that. And I think we're slowly getting to that place where we're kind of shedding those layers of harshness or not having a safe space for them, so that we have that peer support and normalization in the community is one of the biggest things that you need for language revitalization, maintaining that good mind, being supportive of one another. I always look at Ongwana Gunjukwa's program because they have such a strong peer support group with each other. You know, I was sitting with them this morning, they're all talking Ganyak Geha, and I'm like, wait, I need to switch my Gayakona brain to Ganyak Geha to try to keep up. But being able to see that in the community and having that peer support and just such a loving language community is what's going to be the difference to fully revitalizing our languages. So that's something that I would want to see for us.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Jock can be our anchor, so I'll go next.
I'm gonna do the mic drop after.
Yeah. Yeah, what an awesome question, and what an awesome thing to think about and like really imagine what that would look like in our community, in a place where we can, you know, all take a step back and say like, wow, we did it, or like, wow, it's happening, you know. But yeah, I guess something maybe that we can think about sort of broad scale is that, you know, our languages are something that we both have a right to and also that we have a duty to. So we have this right to understand who we are and to know as much as we can about what's brought us here and what's made us who we are. But we also have this immense duty to understand who that is and to share these things and to commend one another and for these efforts and to really embrace these ideas that we can only find through language and through our cultures. And yeah, I think really just remembering what that means to be part of a community is something that can really help us out in that long run. And that's one of the most beautiful things I think about being from a place like Six Nations, where we have 6 languages here that we are indebted to, that we have these rights and duties to. And being multilingual, this isn't like necessarily a new thing or a scary thing for our people, as we've heard throughout the morning so far. So many of our elders and really strong, knowledgeable individuals have been people who speak many languages, who spoke a lot of our languages or even all of our languages. So being multilingual is something that we should definitely strive for. So I think we can do it.
What I would like to see, I guess, we're talking about what we would like to see within the community, and I think the number one thing is a return to healthiness and good mind. That's really what we've lost in this last generation in particular. And I know that because I do doctor work. And every corner of our territory here, and that's not too much different on other territories either. So I believe that the return to healthiness and healthy lifestyle, healthy mind, healthy life, is embedded in our culture and our language. You can't separate those things. It's all interwoven. The language and the culture and the language, and the teachings that are embedded in there. So when I think of visioning for our future and our community and my grandkids, I got a teenage granddaughter now. So I think about my great-grandchild now. I would like to see a healthier community. And you think about our words. You know, we don't have a swear word in our language. Yagatka agetsani. Nis. Chen yatega yatewagya. Moha kagadadis ganyong geha ni gariwisa oni. Yakanaka wakatonda wakatonda ne oh kak ne ahatroli ne when you ne angilo ne yate yanore ji ne gabano da chiga ya ni the wagyang yung go home. So you got to remember that we don't have swear words in our language. Yeah, there's some words that describe body parts, but it's your mind makes it dirty. Yeah, that means nowhere will you see that. So anyway, so that's my vision for my future vision. I can remember when we first started having meetings to have language school. My uncle Coleman Paulus was an Onondaga chief. He was a businessman, ran a gas station, a variety, cigarettes, one of the first. He quit that and turned his shop into a language school in the 70s. Some of you remember that. I was one of the students that went there. It was more, I see from what I learned from Stacy, I don't know if she's here or not, she was talking about this Waldorf and different methodologies to learning. And I kind of feel like that's what I went through for that year or so. It only ran for like a year or a year and a bit. It was not supported by the community. It was not supported by the Longhouse community in particular. They didn't like it. Because that was the mentality back then, is you don't need a school to teach things. And they were harsh about it. Coleman and his family and the other teachers, how you get this grandparent, she was a teacher there too. So they tried, and it was really fun. That's a fun memory for me. We done most of the things out and about. We were outside more than we were in the schoolroom. So we were learning on the land, and as season that went along, they found somewhere where they were tapping trees. We went and took part in that. Boiling process, the collecting, and all the work goes into that. And then pretty soon it'll be time for planting. So some people start their indoor planting right now, and maybe they are. But anyways, I think back to that, and even with Reg Geha working with that linguist to invent an orthography system that would benefit us in learning Cayuga and Onondaga language. Back then, it was you would say it was a hard no back then amongst the fluent speakers and the knowledgeable ones. But we overcame, and we keep forging on. And I think nothing in what you're doing with language is easy. Sego research ni get kont ne ondor doga isere ne aso de voyaste angwona so you got to put in your mind it's going to be a challenge, and you're up for that challenge. It's not going to be easy. Sego agari research ne jinahoda ne waga de voyaste ne gali ho dasirawana wahe gali ho dasirawana. Look, oh, ni saya dengan hasra. Juga saya lihat di hantu. Sekarang orang sagahage. Jinya ni wa ero kena gayat kode. Terus ke saya dengan hasra. Ini ada sada jadol te. Orang hora saya lihat di hantu. Saya dengan hasra. Juga orang bani sali hawe. Ni ayu punya asa dadis jenis dua benoda. Weso ne kaya dengan hasra jinia de sadawalje. Nukoni ne sadahialo. Sungwawi o sungwayo ne sungwaya diso ne gani go rio. Ya de ga con de asasade. Asatste oni. Ya de vanisirage. Ya de ga con de. De sadaja dole te. chỉ nó hóa đất sung vào nó sung vào đi rồi ô này chỉ nhớ này ở ngoài đời vào tan đi rồi về rồi này ai ở đời vào tan đi chỉ nó có nhà đời lista qua này để họ nó còn đá đó này sung vào đi rồi chỉ nhớ xử này ít nó nó đâu tắc về cái đó cái ông đó qua này có là số ha suốt giờ đó yêu có nhà đời lòng hoa rồi nhà đời quan niệm này sung vào đi rồi nó có ni là về lo ni cái đó cái hôn đông qua ni cô là số ha cái đó cái tôi đi vào tan giả đấy nó có ni cái đó cái này để vào đó là để đi vào số ha số quê có số bao nhiêu nhỉ ý lòng hoa thôi ni hồi yang nó số ya đi số này để số ya đó là để này đi vào số ha that was right from the hip there and I see a couple nodding heads huh was that good to hear. The ones learning Ganyang Geha. That's the best I can do. And that's all I'm doing here, is doing the best I can do. And I say that's part of the learning process as well. You know, you think about our ways, you know. Ni gasne asatton da ne. Jijanakto. Tuga ne da ha da ne hawaninigas. Jijanakto ha no. Kandenta ne jinohoda swatonda, right? Tuga ne akte na gana ti about the hitsta kwanyo. Tuga ne oteno ne awagalimas. There's a word I heard. We don't say that too much no more, but gang ne ha wa ne what got shot and sa ne yet got one da kwa. The one that got shot awado. So sometimes your words come apart when you're talking. You're fumbling through, and maybe your words will. But our tradition, when we speak, we ask for patience and tolerance, because we're just going to do the best we can, and we may miss things. We maybe our words will come apart. So have patience and tolerance and a good mind. So. Anyways, my vision for our people is that everybody take the time and try to learn a new word a week. Think where we would be. We've been at this a long time. I can remember, I know Amos was there when we had that, we were trying to get immersion going, first language, FLA. I was a kid fly on the wall back then. But we've come a long ways, and I commend every one of you sitting here. Every one of you taking the time, trying to put your mind on this, because I know some of you are working hard. Some of you are working hard to learn, study, and to get your language. And some are working hard to give you the tools and help you along that journey. And we have people with the language also trying to help us along. So that's what it takes, is all of us try and work together and have respect. That's number one thing. Have respect. Because what I'm doing is not BS, and what you're doing is not BS. It's very valuable. So have respect for what others are doing. We're all in this together, just like COVID taught us, huh? We're all in it together. Whether you had wished to God day or not, we were all in this together. And it's how it has to be to succeed. We're all in this together. Give encouragement and support one another. Danito.
Yawa, everybody, for those important words. And, was another thing, all these things keep coming back to you talking and hearing other people speak. I get listening so much, I kind of figure, oh yeah, I've got to moderate this thing. So I guess I better do my responsibility. But when I was walking around in the bush last week looking for the maple tree, I'm sure I marked, couldn't find it. But anyway, walking around and, there's all these, behind my place on 4th Line, there's a couple of swales that run through there. There's a couple of big ponds, small ponds, little water spots throughout the bush. And I never, been walking back there since I was a kid, never gave it much thought. And again, something that Jimmy Stiers had shared, he said, and thinking the waters, he said, he said, you go in the bush and you see all these different streams and ponds and little puddles. He says, Sagwai Diso put all of those there for all the animals, their various needs as they move around the forest. Like they all can have their own source of water. And I got thinking again, because, in terms of knowledge, what Jock and Stevie and Mick are saying, that there's all these little sources of knowledge, inspiration. I guess those things that feed us, sustain us, and keep us alive are there. So Sagwai Diso put all of them there and those people into our lives to kind of help us along. That's the way I sort of interpret that too, right? So it's not just the animals in the bush and the things that are put there for their benefit, but also as human beings, there are situations and people that are put into our lives for that very purpose as well. And I'm thinking about like how this idea of education and what Jock was saying about resistance towards these things and learning our languages and our ways in schools. And yeah, there's problems with that, but there's also benefits. And again, I was sharing a little bit earlier about when I was going to McMaster in the late 80s, it wasn't really cool to be Indian back then, didn't get a lot of media coverage or anything like that. So I was, hanging out at school, but here at home, I'd heard all my life, that's white man's education, it's not for us, and all of that, right? So I was a bit nervous about, telling people I was going to university back then. But, I did have a good supporter, and Ron Thomas, who was the head of Gripsio back then, and Harvey was around and stuff like that. So there was supports there, so I felt kind of vaguely reassured that these guys are, supportive of getting university education, but the rest of the community might not be, right? I heard that all my life. The NOCA happened, and like I said, out of that, when Arnie and Harvey and others from the Confederacy chiefs and clan mothers would support this idea of getting something started back then to keep our languages going, our cultures and our philosophies around environmental issues, which we see now each and every day. And I look around the room even just today, Sarah was a product of McMaster, Rachel sitting in the corner was early on, a bunch of others. I know Karen, we were all students there at that time. So, probably just because it was the closest place, you were lazy, didn't want to leave home, that's why you went to Mac. That's probably the only purpose, really. And that's fine, too. But I think also that when the program got started, that was the idea that, hey, that is the university at the time closest to Six Nations. Why not try to partner, and why not try to find a way? Because, like I said, everyone has different avenues, different ways to learn and come to understand things. And why not utilize those tools? Why not utilize those things? Rather than resist them all the time, maybe there is some benefit. Let's investigate the benefits of those places. Oh, Jess is a product of Mac too. So anyway, and that kind of encourages me to stick with it and to not be ashamed of being, a university student and now a doctor, because I do that. Like Jock said and the others, for the community. I don't do it because, I don't get any discounts or anything anywhere for being a doctor, but I do it to try to do my part in helping the community in that capacity, and working with all you great folks on those things, because we all have different ways to approach this stuff, but we're all pulling in the same direction, hopefully, in the effort to become a healthy community and to learn how to do that and respect each other again. So it's really important. And just before we turn it over to the audience for questions, I was always, one of my other motivations for doing this stuff is about, 10, maybe 15 years ago already. I was in New Mexico, found myself in Gallup, New Mexico, traveling to somewhere, and we went into a Walmart there. And it was to this day, it still strikes me as pretty funny, because I walk into this Walmart, and back in that area, there's lots of Ongwehoi people, right? Zunis and Navajo and Acoma people all over the place. So I go walk in this Walmart, and all the people working were white people, and all the people shopping were Ongwehoi people. And they're all speaking their languages in the aisles or on their cell phones, speaking their languages. That was just this, like I walked into some kind of alternate universe where there's Indians have taken over and the white people are working for us, And it was quite a moment. And then we went walking over there to go to a Cracker Barrel, you know, that restaurant, the Cracker Barrel. And then who's working at the front gates or the front door is native girls, greeters, right? So it was just kind of a weird moment that realized that, you know, to be in a place like there where there's so many more native people than here, it's really heartwarming, made me, you know, really happy and proud and at peace. Like, wow, you know, it's kind of a whole different world. Here we're kind of, you know, we're a very small minority in this region of Southern Ontario, but I think we're a very important and very proud people, like others have said, that we are very community driven. And yeah, we have our problems. We've all been affected by these traumas over the years, but we're still here, we're still standing. And, you know, we support each other, and that's what it's all about. We've lost a lot of people the last few years. We've all been lamenting and missing them. But I'd like to think that they are here cheering us on, too. So I'm out of questions, so I'm hoping that you guys have some. So there's a mic in the middle of the room there. If anybody has anything they want to come up and ask our panel or share. And while you're thinking about that, Jock has a few minutes wants to take a few minutes to talk about. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Rick's spot here for a minute. Look at this, huh? I brought this for show and tell, and I mentioned earlier that I'm an artist. Kind of had a natural gift at that in my younger days, and it really, I've helped our people that are struggling in many ways, you know, like doctoring work that I do in helping our agencies, health services, mental health, and so on, our educational institutions. You might say I've seen it all. And I urge our youth to try and take a stab at artistry. Crack into your creativity and your artistic side, because I think we all have some level of that. Whether it's creating something or arts and crafts, trying to maybe even recreate old symbols. So you'll see that, like even at our ceremonies, huh? Really, really nice beading and nice sewing on the clothing and the patterns. That's a whole rabbit hole to go down, I would say. And it's good for you. It helped me to survive my engagement in arts and crafts at the teenage years when your voice is changing, led me down a path of learning. And it led me down a path of discovering. And it led me down a path of language. And it led me down a path of understanding our traditions and respecting our elders. Our knowledge carriers were men and women, young and old. And I brought this here to, if you just want to look at it at lunch break there. I began to realize that I didn't have the memory capacity of those speakers that were speaking and reciting our prophecies. I've seen them recite our treaties too. I don't know if some of you remember that. Roy Buck and Corbett Sundown Gallant. Corbett Sundown Gallant was also a wise elder in my younger days, and I got to hear him speak many times. Roy Buck, they used to turn to those guys there who had that knowledge, and Irv Paulus Sr. We had the guys here too. We kind of seemed like we had our pick of guys here with the knowledge and the speaking ability to carry that forth. So I wondered how them guys remember these things they remember. But then on my own analysis, they never had a whole lot of other things going on. So I kind of strive for that in my world. I don't want to have too much going on where you're not good at one thing. So in Council of Chiefs, I've attended council 39 years now, and I've missed about 5 council meetings. So I told them, I said, next year's my 40th, I think I'm retiring. Imagine that, if you're a public servant for 40 years. See, you don't look at it that way, right? But I gave all I can to help our government and help our traditions survive. And that's why I created this here. It's pictographs of our prophecies and the teachings that I have. It's one of the pictographs that I created to help me to learn Gai Hui. I've also created pictographs to help me recite Gayan Shra Goa. And I'm working on that cane right now. And I'm Bear Clan, so you gotta know it's gonna have a bear on that one. My Uncle Harvey, I see his granddaughter over here. I spent a lot of my life with him, you know. Spent a lot of my time with him, driving him around the chiefs, and spent a lot of time. And me and him were the only Bear Clanners out of the group of them elders. We used to take abuse sometimes. Say, yeah, them bears just sleep all winter, like. And we seen this one of the Oneida guys was hunting, and they hunted bear. And he goes, we can tell when a bear's around. You can smell it a long ways away. We take that kind of abuse all the time, huh? So one time, we were down, and this is before the wampum belts were repatriated. I was on many visits with trying to get those back in our hands. We were down in New York City, we were in Ottawa, we were in Albany. We were meeting with those regents and people who were holding them back from us. My role was to drive them there. Huh? I was a chauffeur for about 25 years. And what an education that was. I got educated through that process. So, anyways, I realized the importance we've got to find a way to be able to recite from memory these teachings, these laws, these ceremonies, these prophecies, the stories of our people, the treaties that we have. So I began to take my artwork and I start making sketches to help me to practice and prepare. Myself, I learn a lot easier when I see something. But I do reading and writing. But I found that I learn a lot better when I have stickmen and pictures like on the condolence canes and things. So I took that technology and ideology from our ancestors, and this here cane here has about 10 hours of our prophecy on it. All these pictures tell a story, and then when it's time for me to recite these things, I spend about a month studying these pictures each day. And when I'm speaking, that's why I close my eyes when I speak, because these pictures are what I see. It's like you're painting something and you're filling in the blanks, filling in the pictures. So the use of these pictographs have helped me where I can go without notes. I don't need notes. The older guys and women that I learn with, they say, try to get away from papers as soon as you can. That was their urging, the fluent speakers that I work with. So only let the paperwork and things have a limited role in my learning and language retention because it's the oral tradition. So anyways, I brought this. I'll share a funny story with you before I turn it over. I can hear Rick's stomach over there. I thank Rick and Amos, everybody else who's worked to keep our languages going and keep our languages of importance in the community. Someone's got to do that work. and also the teachers that are here and the staff, and I see Becky back there as well. I know that they've done a lot of work with these ones who've gone on, and I remember Harvey Longboat had there. We were sitting together. We formed a resource center, and the resources we created was speakers, and we created language materials where we can here and there as well, and consulted a lot. We worked on that Onondaga dictionary that's published. Jackie Bumbry was one of the consultants, and he sat with us every day. We were behind the scenes more so, but back in the day, Harvey had this twinkle in his eyes when he would talk about having our own educational institution. You could get a degree, and it would be a balance of our world and the non-native world. And you could have degrees in education in both worlds, because that's what we need. He get a twinkle in his eyes, dreaming about that, talking about it, and getting ideas from those others. I sat there with him when he was doing that. And Ron Thomas as well. There's quite a few others But those are the ones I was around. Harvey spent a lot of time. And I'll say this, it's like when Reg came up with the orthography system, there was a hard no in some corners of the res. And you find a way to persevere. So I brung this cane. I started making the pictographs in 1998. So I made the pictographs. 1998, I started working on these pictographs. And I finished it in 2017. So when I got it done, I was asked to do a presentation to one of our immersion groups. And I was just so proud of this, you know. I got this cane in 1998 to 2017, I was working on this. One of the students, I showed him it, and I went over some of these things, the prophecies and things. One of the students, any questions? Yeah. What took you so long? And now, how do you answer that? It did take a while, but it's been very rewarding. And I urge you all to keep on keeping on. One of the elders that I sat with probably the last 3 decades, he was on his final days there, visit him, and you know his last words to me, he says, I says, geez, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just go back down and be a richest Indian in the graveyard again. I had a good job in Burlington. I was upper management of the company in Burlington. Harvey says, you're going to just be the wealthiest Indians in the graveyard to where you're going. Come and work with language. And that's just what I've done. And that thought, that was a thought back then only. He put a thought in my head, and it worked. And I'm thankful. You know, it inspired me to realize that our language and culture and our people, we have to balance our time giving some back. That's what makes us strong. That's what makes us strong. That's where we're wired differently than our white brothers. We're not in a pursuit of self-fulfillment and wealth and things. What do? You feel good, you give something back. And that's what our ceremonies are meant to do, is to bring us together. And we got to work together. We got to put our minds together. Then we feast after the ceremony and eat together. So all of that is a Creator's plan. So anyways, I brought this. If you just want to look at this during lunch hour, it's got our prophecy on there. And there's not enough time today, but it's got all 4 days of speaking on here. And this is pretty well our guide. And I've made another one in the pictographs, how we're doing reciting our Gayan Shragowa. So it's still a work in progress. We've got a meeting next week. We've been meeting on that for years now. I spent my life meeting on that. As you asked about the Mohawk, a little bit different, huh? So the Mohawk I'm speaking is the way them speakers I sat with spoke. I learned from speakers that were fluent here at Grand River. And I know there's still some family members here because I crossed paths with one of the lofts the other day. So I'm glad that there's still some fluent speakers or first language speakers, very valued yet. Nyawa.
Yeah, so if anybody has any questions, please feel free to make your way to the mic. But yeah, I also want to reiterate what Jock was saying and the role of Six Nations Polytechnic, and thanks Becky and everyone who's worked on that for a long time. Linda Stotts, who we lost a few weeks ago, was a big part of that. And we've heard a lot of talk of Reg today, and rightly so, but Marge, his wife, was a big part of that. And I worked with her at Polytech way back when she was developing, a lot of that language programming. And, like I said, we just sit and visit and laugh, She'd share with me some of what she was translating and, just had these little questions and, as she was, little jokes. So it was a big part of that education and the humor and support and the commitment that those folks had to educate our people was a big influence on me and all you folks here, I'm sure, too. Any questions from the crowd? Comments? Yeah, whatever, yeah. Concerns, encouragement?
When do
there you go.
I have a question. Just my thought is working in technology, like how can technology assist us in keeping the language alive, such as video, audio, you know, like podcasts, documentaries, things like that. Because that's kind of where I come from, and having like dyslexia and stuff, it's hard for me to learn the language. So my strengths are in technology. So like assisting, you know, like Jock was saying, like helping people, giving tools or having tools to help with the language revival and then keeping it alive. Like, what is your take on the use of technology? Because there's also some things that are sensitive and may not be able to be recorded or shouldn't be recorded. So like, what is your take on that? I just thought I'd ask a question because no one else had one.
I'll just say we probably should each express what we think of that. But I tried to urge my children to go into animation and to bring that into language learning, because I think it would be productive to do that for our children, especially because they're watching cartoons and playing these games and everything like that. But it has to be done in a respectful way. I feel like you wouldn't want to have the things that are important, our teachings and things, too much in there. You know what I mean? There's got to be a cooperative work effort to do that. But I think it would be great. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff come on APTN and Ganyang Geha and movies, and they're translating them over and things. So I think, to me, we're walking in a time where you almost got to pull out all the stops. And if animation and graphics and audio and video and that is at our disposal, we should engage it. That's my thoughts. But we have to protect the things that are meant for the Haudenosaunee.
Yeah, so that question sort of reminded me of the, if anybody's familiar with the Radiwanongwats, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, project in like Ganegehaga territory. So essentially, from what I understand about it, was a group of Ganegeha L1 speakers, it's like in this room together, in this space together, and with like the sole purpose of just conversing and chatting and situationally being prepared to talk about different things. So, you know, with like certain prompts, like how would you, congratulate this person if they had a new baby? How would you congratulate this person about this thing? How would you condole this person if they were going through this other thing? And things of that nature. And so recording these, both audio and visual, has been something that was very beneficial to them throughout that project. And so obviously it's being used there in that regard, but with our, we still have 5 other languages, right? So I think that there's a really great opportunity and like a dire need for those types of things to happen in our other languages where, the L1 speaker population is unfortunately, a little declining quicker than we can replace them. So yeah, that'd be something cool to see in more languages.
Yeah, I'm just echoing what Jock and Mackenzie had said. I think it's very much important, and it's definitely the way that we need to go. And speaking from my own experience as a unit manager, I know you had brought up having different ways of learning, because we don't all learn the same. Haudenosaunee people are very much visual learners. So Jock's right, we do need to get away from having solely written information to rely on, because it's not always beneficial to everyone. So I guess I would consider myself an artist too. I do like digital artwork, painting, beadwork, all of that. And that's the way that I learn, is to take that and go through language as I am creating different things. So yeah, I think that's very important to take that step, especially documenting L1 speakers while they're still here with us. Both audio and visual, because it's really important to see facial expression, the way that mouth movements are happening, all of that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, since we're closing in on lunchtime and everyone's been sitting very attentively for the last few hours, I guess now, 2.5, 3 hours, I just also want to give a big shout out to Amos here, who's, for as long as I can remember now, he's been a tireless advocate for language learning, revitalization. He and his family have been a big part of that movement for a long time. And when he got the station going, radio station, I always remember, you know, he'd play, was it Sunday nights, with social dance music, and IO 101, that's right. I still got cassette tapes of that, record that, you know, and it was harder to get stuff digitally. So, and language programming was on. I remember Gete being on the radio way back when, and Renee, I think, and a few others. And just, you could, that's the one place you could hear that, you know, our languages and our music and stuff. And before the internet and before all that stuff, it was an important part of it. Radio Bingo, of course, and everyone's favorite. So I just want to say now, Amos, to all the work that you've done over the years to help this work. I see there's gifts. And so I think that's it for us for now. Can you give a big hand to Mackenzie, Stevie, and Jock? And I guess now we're about ready to eat. Is that next on the agenda?
I'll leave this up here for a minute.
All right. Oh, okay.
Iso di kian gyo kwai na to ho kwatanyo sanidwa wano dan sanidwa ho dan iso di kwatan ho nyo sa iswat skiao wo ne na sisjia neha. We just like to thank all these folks this morning for giving us their words of encouragement. It's nice to see some senior speakers. I won't say they're old, they're senior. Some of our older speakers and our new speakers and giving us words of encouragement. So we'd just like to thank them. Sarah as well, giving us background on her work at Polytech and all of the things we might want to consider going forward in the next years. We got to start doing this. Just wanted to let you know the technology side. I don't know, Suyandi, again, Bobby Henry. Okay, he's creating, I don't know what you call that technology. Is it AVR? You put those big glasses on? Oh, he's doing that for Gayokono. And he's actually going to a conference next summer to present that. He's at Brock University. We might want to bring him to one of our meetings and show that technology. I know he's been with some of the commission members to show, get support for that project. So we congratulate him, and hopefully he'll bring that to the community, the AVR stuff, where you can see things and all that kind of stuff. The other thing is, just to remind everybody, Canada has designated National Languages Day next Friday, the 31st. I know Polytech has an event. And CKRZ, we have a whole day of programming. We're inviting a lot of the agencies to come on and talk about what they're doing. In fact, Bobby Henry is going to come on the radio and talk about his project. So we're going to get everybody from all the partners to come on and talk about language and what they're doing. And we're going to have some music as well. To come on, some people to come and sing. So we're going to try and do that for at least 6 hours next Friday on CKRZ Wadranota. So we'll try to do that next Friday. And I just wanted to share also before we break, it's great that we have the undergraduate program at post-secondary Six Nations Polytechnique. I'm on a journey right now to work with First Nations Technical Institute at Tynanega, and we're hopefully going to create Ontario's first Bachelor of Education for teachers of indigenous languages for immersion and second language. So hopefully we can roll that out in 2 years. So with your undergrad, you can go to FNTI to get your Bachelor of Education degree. A big component of that is that the prerequisite will be you have to have a proficiency in the language, but some of the courses, the common courses for year 1, will be all about that's where we're going to have the etymology, the genesis of words, so that the teachers will understand that. And then also the Medewan, which is like Gnosis, Genyoy Hwage. We're going to talk about Genyoy Hwage there with the teachers. So when their students ask them questions, they'll be able to respond in a confident way. So that's what we hope to do at FNTI. We're at the process where we have a program advisory council. I know some of you are part of that to try and create this first Bachelor of Education degree. So this coming down a pipe, so just look forward for that. Some wonderful things going on. And there's some great things going on at the Friendship Center in Fort Erie. I don't know if you know Sam Hill, Sayandigi. He's offering second language programs online through his teachers. I think, Gloria, you're one of them. They're teaching people who want to attend online in the language. I don't know if anybody else is involved with that Friendship Center, but they're offering that as well. I know Ongwawana, part of that is part of that program. Ongwawana Jingukwa. So there's some great things happening for our folks that are off reserve through this kind of initiative, and Sam Hill is a part of that. And when he talks to me about it, the purpose was his mother went through residential school in the Mashhol, and they were fluent in their language when they were kids, but she gave it up and never gave it to her children. So that's another drive for a lot of people, is that Mashhol up there in Brantford, what it did to our people. And then now the next generation is now trying their best, their darndest to recover the language. So those are a couple of initiatives that are going on outside of the community. I just wanted to share that with you before lunch, just so that we keep on going. And also, on behalf of all of us, I'd just like to thank all of us, all the speakers this morning, for giving us those words of encouragement. So I know we're recording these sessions, so hopefully we'll get text and some journeys. And Jock brought up Coleman School. I forgot all about that. When I did mine yesterday, I would have put that in the 1970s decade. I forgot about that school. And also when I, way back when, I don't know, I know this is his Aunt Hazel. We used to have classes at Hazel's, just those of us who wanted to learn Gayokono, and she was there, and she opened her home to allow us to come there and work and visit with her. And she would teach us, we'd ask her questions, and she'd try to help us. The one I remember was Lee Weiss, Lee Smith now. We used to be there all the time. I remember Lee, her and I, and there were some others too, but I can't remember them right now. But anyway, we used to go to Hazel's. So there were lots of things going on, but it was always in the homes. But now we have Gawanio, all the great immersion courses that are going on online, and now Ongwawana, Jagukwa. We have all of those kinds of initiatives, and of course what's happening at Six Nations Polytechnic. So those are all going to be the agencies that's going to help us. And yesterday, as you were here, Grand River Enterprises donated $250,000 to our efforts. So we can combine our energies. And I know people don't like Ohuista sometimes when we talk about it, but they were generous yesterday, and they gave us some Ohuista to help us. And we like to thank all of those agencies who set aside funds for our languages, whatever level. I might not be able to get to the microphone again, so I'm going to say two more things. The other thing I think we need to do in our agencies and our institutions in a community and our governments, and the elected system, we need to honor and make our languages a bread and butter issue, bread and butter issue. And I would like to see the next generation or two, I won't be around, but I would just like to plant a seed. You might want to honor those folks who work for those agencies and those governments a bonus if they speak their language. Because that's what the French did. I always admire what the French are doing. You can't talk about Canada without the French. And what they did was they had this thing called the Quiet Revolution. And that's where they strengthened their language and philosophy and psychology. And now they got themselves in the Constitution of Canada as one of the 2 founding nations. So we can mirror some of that, and that's what they do. The federal civil service, the federal government, they spend annually on their civil service who are bilingual, English, French, $1 billion in bonuses. That's how they're keeping their language strong. And I know we don't like to talk about Ohuista, but I think we need to honor all of our people who are learning their language. You know, I don't know how we do that. Maybe that's another think tank we have to have, or a study group. How can we encourage us? How we can encourage us in a community so that when you know you're going to work for somebody and you're bilingual, there's a little bread and butter there. The last one I'm going to share with you, I think all of us who are working in social services or studying social services, we need to make language a health determinant of our communities. If you want to have a healthy community, language has to be part of that discussion, along with education achievement, emotional stability, physical stability. We've got to have our language as a social determinant or a health determinant. So we've got to encourage all of you who are writing and working with social services. You know, we've got a big institution over here. They should be thinking about that, working with our people. Anyway, I just wanted to leave that as food for thought. I guess when I'm getting older, I start to think more and more of what we can do. Because I know, and I don't want to be maudlin or creepy, because I know I'm going to go one day, but I want to leave these seeds for you to think about. And that's what our elders did for me. You know, they would say, I'm not going to be here all this time. So you got to trying to do these kinds of things. So I'm just sharing with you some things you might want to look at in the next generation. Because many of us won't be here. I've lost 2 family members in the last few years, and they were my walking dictionaries, I said. I just lost my brother Alfred last September. And man, oh man, he was so good at texting in Gayokono. I can't believe it, you know. I'd ask him a question, "Dan Gando, Dan Angi, what would I say? What does this mean?" And he would just text it all back to me in Gayokono. Or I think I could just call him on a phone. So, I mean, we need to think about that technology as well, like use text and text to speech or speech to text technology. That'd be great. We could do that. Anyway, I just want to leave all of that with you. There's some things we can inspire ourselves going forward. We have another session this afternoon, so now it's time to, is it, the lunch is on now? Somebody over there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, Donna Paulus, you want our next gift card for, to go see some movies. Iseiska? 10, is it? She'd say 10. Huh? Donna? Oh, Clint will take it, okay. Anyone else? Okay, that's okay for it, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, so, and dua donki. Onaka kwais. It's time to eat. The food is there. I guess nobody's hungry. Okay. Nawagi. So we'll be back in an hour.
G did the one there. G did the one there. G did the one there. Ungwawana soon ah. Ungwawana soon ah. Ungwawana soon ah. O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyo. Se ni dwawano das. O hando hawan shradanyungi.
G did wanderum. G did wanderum. G did wanderum. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyo. Se ni dwaweno das. Ohando hatwen shradanyungi.
G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. Ohandum yabani sera the nunje. Ohandum yawani sera the nunje. Ohandum yabani sera the nunje.
Sahun dwet drunyu. Se ni dwaweno das. O hando hawen shradanyungi.
GD wanderum. GD wanderum. GD wanderum. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyo. Se ni dwaweno das. Ohando hawan shradanyungi.
GD wanderum. GD wanderum. GD wanderum. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyu. Se ni dwawano das. Ohando hawan shradanyungi.
GD wanderum. GD wanderum. GD wanderum. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje. Ohandum yawani sera danyunje. Ohandum yabani sera danyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyu. Se ni dwawano das. Ohando hawan shradanyungi.
G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyu. Se ni dwawano das. O hando hawen shradanyungi.
G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. G did the wanderum. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. Ungwawana soon a. O handum yabani sera the nunje. O handum yawani sera the nunje. O handum yabani sera the nunje.
Sahun dwet drunyo. Se ni dwawano das. O hando hawen shradanyungi.
Sani waka guys dohonge, nihni oihuage, nihni gaik jisotni, ni. So examining my language journey, my motivators, and my mentors. So ne I gaya ni ostat ne kya so nyagwet ni wage show da kanya Keynote ni wak kwenzo da sani wasa kyok don so ni wak shugo sa wat hit so ne iwi agidze his ne kana squanta goa neat the deck Scott's got his kahawit sake tent de agwi tent de aganyago Kami ayaso knoha Danny hayaso hotni degigage hagita so I just wanted to tell a little bit about myself. That's usually where I start when I start to teach. Is one of the things that how I approach my teaching is we start at basic conversation, because every teacher that I've ever had when I was growing up, when I was younger at I.L. Thomas, you just basically get the basics of how to talk in Gayakono, right? And a lot of my teachers, when they were teaching, were just really speakers. They were first language speakers, and they weren't really teachers at the time. They kind of got forced into it, right? Like, because they start to recognize in the 70s, because I didn't start school till 88, but they start to recognize in the 70s that our languages were not being passed down to our kids. And so they start to recognize that need, that we're gonna have to bring this into the schools because it's not being taught in the home anymore. So, ksotkat, so my grandma, she was one of the people that pushed me into the language. Clara, so one of the things that she was always saying to me when I was growing up was, go on a Saturday wayasta, go on so no don't sona ne east, ne saya don duck ne dahara ne go on I saw troi ne gai hoi ne they sahteng go ne east. So she was always telling me how important it is that I know who I am and where I come from, and being able to communicate that in my language. That was a big thing with her. She was always saying, like, it's really, really important that you know where you come from. And at the time, like, I was like 4 or 5 years old. So she's telling me all this stuff, and I'm like, what? That because some of my cousins were going into English when they were going into kindergarten, right? And I was like, oh, why do I have to go into Gayakono? My mom don't even talk Gayakono. And she was like, well, you have to know this. And at the time, again, I really didn't understand why. As I got older, I start to understand a lot of the teachings that she passed down to me. And I was like, okay, that makes sense now, what she was saying, right? But at the time, I was like, I don't know what grandma's talking about, right? So she was telling me, she's like, there's gonna come a time, she said, that the government is gonna knock on your door. She's like, and if you can't tell them who you are, and you can't tell them that you go to ceremony and that you speak your language, she said, they're gonna tell you you're no longer Uncle Home. And at the time, I was like I said, I was just sitting there thinking my grandma was crazy. But I can actually see that now, right? Like, we get talking in our community about municipalities and stuff like that. Like, that time is basically, it's coming. It could come. I could see it in my lifetime. That's what she would say to me when I was little. She said, it didn't happen when I was there. She goes, but they say it could come, right? And at the time, I don't think she knew that Justin Trudeau was gonna be the Prime Minister. I don't know, maybe she did, but she was talking about his dad, right? She was talking about Pierre Trudeau and the things that he wanted to put through. And it's almost similar, right? When you get down to, like, actually looking at the base of what Justin Trudeau is trying to put through with some of our stuff, yeah, he pays a good lip service, but is he really for our people? The jury's still out on that one, because he is and he isn't, right? Because we're still fighting encroachment on our territory, we're still fighting land claims, we're still fighting about, like, having clean water, that type of stuff. So, but hang okay, I'm getting off on a tangent. So she really drilled it into me that it was important to know who I was and to know where I came from and to speak my language. So she put me in immersion from kindergarten to grade 8. And I have a little bit, so I went to I.L. Thomas. It was really number 11 school where I started. And my first teacher was Lottie Key. She was my kindergarten teacher. And then after that, I had Miss Henry, so Marge Henry. And then after that, I had Lottie again for a little while, but then I went back to Xotkan. So she was my 5, 6 teacher. And in that time, how she was teaching, we always thought we were smart as the kids. We would get her off topic. She'd be teaching us about paradigms or something to do with, like, you know, the dictionary. We'd make our own dictionary. She'd want, what words do you guys want to know? We'll put it in Gayokono. And at the time, as kids, we were thinking we were outsmarting her because she would be like, oh, this reminds me of this story. And so I'd be like, well, what do you mean that story? And usually it was about, you know, the peacemaker, or it was Tate Honsan, or any of our teachings. And she'd go off in a story for about maybe an hour to 2 hours. And I didn't realize at the time of how much I was actually absorbing. And it wasn't just me in the class that would do that. The whole class would do it. We were a small class. If any of those are your kids, you remember them. We were kind of bad kids. Not really, but that's what they termed us as, right? But there was 12 of us in our graduating grade 6 class. And we were really close. We kind of all grew up together, right? You know, some of us are cousins and stuff like that. But I learned so much in that 2 years that she taught me. And then I went back to Lottie, because Lottie was 7 and 8. So I was really fortunate that I had first language speakers that taught me when I was growing up. And as I got out of elementary school, and you had to go to school off reserve because they were just starting to do the high school down here, but it wasn't, like we weren't really sure about it, right? So I went off to Cuga Secondary, and I actually had Tawenite, Hayasne Ona. So I had Alfred for 2 years, and the same thing, we used to do the same thing to Alfred. That same class, we would always get him talking about other things. Because one of my things, and I think one of the things that my grandmother she liked about my mind was, she would tell me something, and I'm like, well, why is it like that? So when you ask those questions of why is, you know, most people just accept when somebody says, well, this is the way we do it. And I'd be like, but why though? Why is it like that? And then she would explain it. Because I got a lot of explanation from my grandma because I was inquisitive like that. So even though at the time I probably thought I was being annoying or trying to distract her, I actually learned a lot more. And a lot of my, the way I teach, because I'm a teacher at SMP STEAM, the way I teach the students is what I would have liked to have learned when I was in high school. I wish somebody would have told me certain things of our teachings. Because, like I said, I only had Alfred for 2 years, and then he was gone. And we didn't have Gayokono all through high school. So I try to get that through to my students at SMP. I'm like, you guys are really lucky, because you can take language all 4 years. And even if you end up having to do an extra year, you could still take language again. You could take 5 levels of language, right? So anyway, all right, so then I went on, and I basically, the way I termed it is, in high school, how my high school experience is it taught me to hate myself as a Ungohoe. And it was a really difficult thing while I was growing up as a teenager to go over. And as an adult, I'm getting better at like kind of shaking that stuff off, right, and not taking that on. But as a teenager, because you're in that critical time in your life, it was really hard. And the mental health that I had to go through to kind of like get that programming off, it took a long time. But so for about 7 years there, into my 20s, I want to say like I kind of was fighting myself there. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. At the time, I was, you entertain the big ideas. Like I was like, oh, I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be a doctor. But then I find out in science, well, I don't really like looking at blood. So I can't be a doctor, right? So I was like, okay, I can't be a doctor. Well, I'm going to be a lawyer. I like to argue. Like I'm a teenager. I like to argue. So I actually did pursue that for a while. And I went off to college into business, and I was just using it to get into university because my grades weren't that great in high school. And then I switched to university. I went to Polytech. I have it, if you look at the board there, I'm at Polytech quite a bit there. I'm there like 3 different times. And so I went through the university access program. And at the time, I want to say I was about 19, 20-ish around there, maybe 21. I didn't realize, I kept saying it to myself, but I didn't realize it. I was like, languages come really easy to me. So when I was in Gayokono, I can't even really remember who my teacher was at the time. I don't remember who was the teacher. Sagara Trewa. But I could just pick it up like that. And I kept saying it to myself all through my 20s, and I didn't actually listen to myself until I got to my late 20s. When I decided, because what had happened is I went for my LSAT. Like I said, I was really going for law school. I was gonna go to law school. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be like this ace, international lawyer that can speak Gayokono, and I'm gonna fight for our people. That was what my dream was. So I started studying for my LSATs. And when I went through that, I start to look at Canadian laws. And I start to realize how much it conflicts with my own beliefs, right? And the way I was raised, I was raised very traditional. If anybody knows Clara Kant, she was really strictly traditional. So that's the way I was raised, and that's the way, I still believe a lot of things that she taught me. So at the time, I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. If I go into this, I'm going to hate my job. I'm going to hate my life. I'm going to hate my job. I'm not going to like what I do. So I hate aknoha kagwas so ang krowi so nga e shroni togane ongohome language diploma program Tonhome Polytechnic. So my Aunt Colleen started talking about taking this program at Polytech, and she was in her first year. She was, I think it was in the fall time, she was telling me about it. And she's like, oh, it's so good, you get to understand the language and get to break it apart. And so she plagued my curiosity. And that year, I had went to Dominican Republic with one of my other aunties. And again, I said it to myself again, because we were watching a program, in Dominican Republic, they speak Spanish, right? So we were watching this program, and it was in Spanish, and there was no English on their TVs. So that's all you were listening to. So I was listening to that for a few days, and then me and my cousin, we went for this massage. And, okay, is there any little kids in here? I don't think so. we're okay, but, so what ended up happening was I picked up that Spanish in my head because I already have another language. It's really easy if you have another language to pick up other ones as you get going, right? And because I was in immersion when I was, 4, 5, 6, all the way up, right? And in my formative years, they still kind of term me as a first language speaker, even though I'm not a first language speaker, I'm second language. So anyway, I picked up Spanish. And the lady, when we were in there, because me and him were together in this massage, and she asked him something, and I turned and I looked at him, and he didn't understand what she was saying. He was 14, and like I said, I was 21. And we come out, and I'm like, do you know what she asked you? And he's like, no. And I was like, remember we were watching that soap opera, that Spanish soap opera? I was and they were talking about these two people, those Spanish soap operas, they're all very dramatic, and they're in love and stuff like that. And so it showed one of them where they were gonna start to have sex. And I think that's what she asked him, because the word and I was like, I think she asked you for like something else. And so we kind of start laughing, right? But I had said it to myself then, and I still wasn't listening to myself. So it was after that that I got in touch with Kagwas. Like I was talking with her, and she started talking about that program. And then I had already gone through that LSAT training, and I was starting to like basically question where I was in life. And I was about 20, I want to say 26 and a half. I was just about to turn 27. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a crazy idea. I'm going to apply to that program. I was like, languages come easy to me. I'm just going to apply to it. I was like, even if I don't go into language and still want to be that lawyer after, I'll still have more gayo kono, and I can sit there and argue with a judge, you know, until I'm blue in the face, and then he'll give me what I want, kind of thing. That's where I was at, right? So I went into the diploma program at Polytech, and I didn't realize at the time how unhappy I was. So I had applied to that program, and I was still at Wilfrid Laurier, and I was in a class with Sue Hill. I was doing Indigenous Studies with her, and I don't remember what the class was called. But she had us do a project where you had to go and interview an Indigenous elder. So I decided to go and talk with my Ksotkat Degakwat Easne Ona. So my grandma Ima. And like I was very fortunate that even though my one grandma had passed on in my early 20s, I still had like another grandmother, right, that I could rely on and go to for stuff. And it turned out they were friends. I didn't know that. They were friends when I was younger. Like, I think they were friends right until the other one died. But so anyway, I was talking with her, and she could probably see it on me that I wasn't happy with where I was in life. And I was telling her that I was excited because I applied to this other program, you know, and I don't know whether I got in, but we'll see. And she was like, well, that's good for you. And she got to talking with me because at the time I was not coping well with that first grandmother's passing. So she had passed when I think I just graduated high school. I was 19, just going on 20. And like I said, it was about 7 years there where I was in this darker spot in my life, not dealing with my mental health issues, not dealing with the grief of it. I was coping with drugs and alcohol. So I was talking to Ima, and she got to telling me about Tanyandos, Sagokchi, so her partner, and how he struggled, my grandfather, my Duda, how he struggled with drinking when they were like just together, and my dad was just like a little boy. So she's telling me different things about it and his struggle with it. And what happened was, is she said she gave him an ultimatum. And she told him, you need to choose. You're either gonna pick that bottle or you're gonna pick our family. So he chose, you know, the family, and he put that bottle down. And she said that whole time that they were together and that they were having this family together. Like I said, there was only a couple of them. She didn't have, because she had 12 kids, so she didn't have all her kids. She just had the older ones at this point. She said that they would always struggle. She said even the house that they were in, there was rats in there. And it was, she said it was her Duda's house. It's over on 7th Line. It's still there. It's in front of her sister's house, that Christine. It's in front of her house. They fixed it up. It's not that bad anymore. But, and what she said is when they were in that house, she said they always struggled. They very rarely ever had like enough money to put food on the table for all the kids. Sometimes they would go hungry, or she'd go hungry so that her kids could eat. So she's telling me all this for this school project. And if you ever visit with elders, you know, like when you ask them one question, they answer like 50 million questions just off of that one, and you don't even have to keep asking questions because they just keep talking, right? So I was very fortunate that she had shared this story. I just hit the mic. That she shared this story with me. And I start to think to myself, and now that I think about it, she planted a seed she planted a seed in my head that maybe that's not what I need to be doing. And so I was like, because what she said was, she said when he put that bottle down, it seemed like their luck just changed. It seemed like right away, things turned around for them. Like they got approved for a housing loan from, you know, from our housing department down here, and they built their house that's on 4th Line. And she got a job. I can't remember what it was. She was telling, like this has been a while, it's over 10 years. But she got a job and he kept getting steady work. Whereas before it was hard for him to hold down a steady job because of his drinking, right? So everything started to turn around. And she even told me an instance, she said there was one time, she goes, she thought that they weren't gonna be able to buy groceries. She went to the bank and she was going to draw money out. And she said she knew she only had, I think she said $40 left in her bank account. And she asked that teller, she's like, to drain her account. And that teller was like, okay. And she gave her 540 bucks. And she goes, I have no clue where that money came from. She goes, what I start to think to myself was, she said things that her grandmother had told her. She said, if you always walk a good path, if you always do what's right within your heart, so you have pure intentions, you don't do anything to harm other people. She said, Sagoy and Disto will always look after you. So she said she just kind of took that money and ran, right? She went and bought groceries for her family. Because at that point, I think she said she had the 12 kids. So she was thinking that they were going to struggle that week on how to feed them. So anyway, so I was like, okay, I'm going to test this. I'm going to test her theory. I was like, she's saying that, you know, the drinking and the partying and that is bringing me bad luck. And that's why I feel bad about myself, right? I'm going to let it go for a while. I'm not going to do it. So for about 9 months there, I stopped drinking. And I got into that program. I started, you know, at Polytech there. And I start to feel better about myself. I start going to the gym, different things. I start looking after my mental health, right? And within that time, I actually won the lottery with my work at the time. We won like 100,000. I was at KT Tobacco. This is like I said, years ago. There was 16 of us. We had won the lottery. So I had to split it 16 different ways. And it really helped out, because what had happened was, during that time, my car had broken down. So I had to buy a new car. And I had gotten a loan off of my boss. And I was really lucky. I had a generous boss. He gave me a loan to get this car. But my goal was to have that paid off by summer. So when we won, I think was in May. And we didn't end up getting the money until like the end of June, because when there's a group, it's a big thing, right? So anyway, so I paid off that loan before summer. And I also had a little bit left extra. And then what ended up starting to happen again, so I hit a little bit of luck there. One of my cousins, that he's more like my brother because I grew up with him, he messaged me, he texted me, and he's like, hey, what you doing next Saturday? And I said, no, nothing, I don't think. I said, I gotta work until, you know, whatever. And he's like, could you get the day off? And I was like, yeah, I could get the day off. And I was like, why, what's up? And he said, he goes, I just won concert tickets. He's like, I want to take you. He's like, I know you're into this. We were visiting before, and I just got into one of the bands that he was into. So the Black Keys. And they put us like in a VIP area. So it was pretty cool to go there. And then I think it was like a day later, my mom messaged me, and she's like, hey, she goes, what are you doing in the fall time? And I was like, I don't know, going to school. Like I got into that program. And she's like, well, do you think you could kind of steal away? And I said, well, what are you talking about? Like what time? And she said, well, your brother, she said, he just won a trip to New York City. And what was weird is I was doing reflections when I stopped drinking, right? I start paying attention to my thoughts. And one of my friends that I was hanging out with at the time, he's like, well, maybe you should do up a bucket list. He's like, do up a bucket list of things you want to do, places you want to see, you know, things you want to learn, that type of stuff. He's like, and he goes, that'll help keep you focused towards some goals. So a trip to New York was on there because I'd never been to New York City. And the concert wasn't on there, but that was a bonus. And winning the lottery was on there. Because there was things I remember talking about with my grandma that she had never done that she had wanted to do. Quitting smoking was on there. She had never quit smoking. And she had told me, she's like, Brooke, she goes, I know you're smoking. I think I was like, I don't know, like 17, 18, I still hid it from her, right? And she's like, she goes, you gotta quit. She goes, before it grabs a hold of you. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, look at me. She's like, I'm in my 60s. She goes, if I quit tomorrow, she's like, I'd probably get lung cancer or something. She goes, because I've been smoking since I was like 14. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I started doing research on that, and I was like, okay, well, I've been smoking about 13 years by the time this all happened, right? So I tried to quit smoking at the same time. So anyway, long story short, I start to get into that program. And there's a lot of good teachers there. I had Haihopta, Gaquiso, and Deojas. So Tom Deere, Tracy Deere, and Joanne Longboat. And they passed down the teachings that they had got from other teachers, right? From their elders. So I didn't realize that at the time, that's basically what my spirit was craving. My spirit was craving our language. And the more I learn about our languages, the more it uplifts me. And so I finished a diploma program, and I was like at the end of it, and I'm like, it was like 2012, and I'm like, I don't feel comfortable enough yet to speak. And I start like talking to my cousin and my aunt, and they're like, well, if you really want to speak, they said you should go to immersion. So I applied to Dodeweyastak Gayokono in 2013. And I was really debating with myself at that time, because I was like, oh, it's going to be a big sacrifice. Like, I've been working, you know, for like 9 years at this job. I'm like, yeah, I don't really like it, but at the same time, it pays my bills. Like, I'm in Brantford, and, you know, I need to pay for my car. I need to pay for all this stuff, right? And I was like, I don't know if I can do it. And I went on a trip. Anybody familiar with the Turo on the Hudson in 2013? So it was a 14-day trip down the Hudson River. We started in Ithaca, and we paddled all the way to New York City. And when I went on that trip, I took like a certain amount of money with me of American. And on that trip, you actually didn't need money, because they gave you everything that you needed. They gave you food. I took my own tent. I had my own canoe, right? I had everything that I needed. And at the end of that trip, I can tell you, like, I start to reflect, because I was saying it to myself. I'd taken this time off from work, and I was like, I'm going to use this 2 weeks to decide whether I'm going to go into that immersion program. And like I said, my reflection was I don't need as much as I think I do. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to go into language. So I quit my job. I gave them 2 weeks notice, and I quit. And I went back to school again, and I was in Dodeweyastak Gayokono. And in the beginning, especially if you have taken like language programs before, a lot of it is review. So some people and some kids, like even my level ones, they're like, oh, it's so boring in the beginning. You're not learning nothing. You know all this stuff, right? Especially teenagers, they think they know everything. And I always tell them, I'm like, you're going to get to a point where you realize you know nothing. But I hope you get to that point. Because I said that's where I became a teacher. But anyway, so I went back to that program, and there was 8 of us in there. And again, it was just a little bit to kind of jog my memory of stuff. And I start picking it up really quick again. And I was in there for 3 years. I was very lucky because they don't actually run that program for 3 years. They usually only run it for 2. But every time we'd get towards the end of the course and evaluating, Gajita Hawi on Kondo, say, like, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, I still want to learn. I don't feel comfortable yet. I don't feel comfortable enough speaking that I still think I need more practice. So I think she was writing to Karen Sandy, who's part of the Language Commission, and like, we have this need, you know, there's people that want to learn. They want to continue on from this year 1. So it got condensed down a bit, and there was only 4 of us. And if you've ever taken a language program or a language class, you know that's kind of how it goes, right? Even in my diploma program, when we first started, I think there was 24 of us, but 11 are the only ones that graduated. That's kind of how it goes. So there was 4 of us, and we all came from different backgrounds. There was 3 of us that came from immersion, and 1 came from, she was ECE, I think, but she was in my program with me that first year when we were with that 8. And then, so we got more exposure to the elders, and I was really fortunate. Like I had, again, there was Tawia Gant, Tawenai, there was Winnie. I don't know all of their Ongahoe names, but there was all these Gahunka that had come in during that time. And they shared a lot of their knowledge. Like I said, I was there for 3 years. So I have actually counted it out now, but I have 68 pages of this 3-year program of just talking with the elders and getting words from them. And so that was like a big thing. So anyway, so that was the Dewestak Gayokono. So I was in that for 3 years into 2016. In 2015, I was like, okay, what had happened was that first year, I had a friend that she works over at Health Services. She's one of their main people over there. And we're all on social media at this point, right? Like I wasn't really for a little bit, but she caught me when I was on there, and she's like, hey, are you interested in teaching a beginner Kyuga? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I've never been a teacher before. I don't know if I could do it. So I went into this class of, I think there was 26 students. It was the big boardroom, and it was full. And even before I got there, I was talking to one of my friends, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I was like I've never taught before in my life. And she goes, Brooke, you walk into that room like you're the expert in the room. She goes, that's how you get through it. She goes, you're gonna know more Gaya Kono than those people sitting there. So that's how I approached it. That's how I went into it. And again, we started really at the basics. This is, like I said, this is how I start all my language classes. We start right at the basics. Dahodat shaso, dahodat desisanase, dahodat ni sohuenzot da, dahodat ni wakwenzot da, because you have to tell about yourself, right? So that's where I started. And we only got to dahodat shaso. So after the class, I get this email from my friend, and she's like, you'd never guess what happened. She's like, one of my staff, she's like, just got done telling me like this really like good story, and she's writing it out in this email. And she said that this woman was a speech pathologist. She's non-native, so she's from outside our community, but she works within our community. And she goes to the schools to work with students with speech problems, right? She said she had this one student, and she would see him every week for 3 years. She goes, and not once would that kid talk to her. She said she would try to talk to him, get him talking, and all he would do is just sit there and look down. And she said, that afternoon after our class, she had an appointment with him. And when he walked into the room, because it's a separate room from the classroom, right, where they meet them, she said she greeted him, and she was like, "Hey, Scano!" And he's like, looking at her. He goes, "How do you know that word?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm learning Gayo Kono." She's like, "I just started today. Like, we had our first class." And he's like, "You don't know Gayo Kono." And she's like, "Yeah." She goes, "I'll tell you what I learned." She's like, "Scano," I can't remember her name, but I'll just use my name as an example. Say, Brooke Nate Galason. That's all she said to him. And he was like, oh, you do know Gayo Kono. And she said he would not stop talking. So what I realized when I was teaching that class was I can impact other people in a positive way, right? And by passing on the knowledge and the teachings that I have, I was like, whoa, this is awesome. Because it's basically like I was in that moment with them. So it was really, really good to kind of experience. And like I said, this was, I think 2014, I was just done that first year. And so I was telling Gajit Jahawi what I was thinking. I was like, I think I want to be a teacher. I was like, I think I could do it. And she's like, Satago, encourage you. And so I was like, all right. I was like, so yeah, I want to go on for a second year if you'll do it. And she did. And the same thing at the end of the program, she's like, well, what are we going to do? Are you got any plans after this? And I was like, no. I was like, I still don't feel like I have a lot. I was like, there's grammar things that I'm not 100% with that, right? And if you've ever studied Gayo Kono, I'll tell you, that one is probably about the hardest ones to study because there's so many rules and there's so much just diacritic things and all this, right? And I don't know if it's like that with other ones, but they usually tell you right at the beginning, you picked one of the hardest languages to learn. So if you start out hard, it gets easier, I guess. So anyway, so we were really fortunate again that she took us on for a third year. And again, it was a different class again. So what was good is because it was always different people, I start to really work on my communication. Because like I said, during that 7 years, I was in that dark space, but also what I found is when I was drinking was that I was actually stuck where I was as a teenager when I started. So I started when I was younger, right? And so a lot of things that people learn normally till where I was at 26, 27, getting into my 30s, I hadn't learned that stuff. So I had to teach myself that stuff. So it was really, really a good, unique experience. And then the last year at Dodo Yastak Gayo Kono, I get this email from Leanne Blackbird at Six Nations Polytechnic. And they're like, guess what? We're finally turning the diploma into the degree. And they kept telling us they were going to do it after we graduated, but it didn't happen, right? There's a lot of red tape, different things like that goes on. So I was like, okay, cool. I was like, sign me up. I actually think that was in the fall when she emailed me. But at that point, I had actually decided, I was like, you know what? I want a degree. I want a degree because if I don't have a degree, I know there's people within our community, not even within our community, outside of our community, if you have those letters after your name, they listen to you better. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to Brock University. I'm gonna start my B.Ed in Aboriginal Adult Education. So I was going to class every other weekend over at New Credit to get my B.Ed. And then I get this thing for this program. So for 9 weeks, I was going nuts because I had 2 assignments every week to hand in because I was in 3 different programs. I was in Doreo Yastak Gayo Kono, I was at Brock University, and I was also at Polytech. And I didn't understand at the time what that was setting me up for. I didn't know at the time we were gonna go through a dang pandemic and get put into quads, which are 9 weeks. And it's 9 weeks of craziness. And I can tell you, all the educators, we all kind of went nuts there for a little while, right? But I wasn't worried, because I had already done it. I'd done it in 9 weeks. I did 9 weeks of being in 3 different programs, and it drove me nuts, because I had so many assignments due. So I start to realize there was, connections within that. And so I have 2 pictures up on the screen there. Oh, you can't even see the screen. I don't know where the screen went. But I had 2 pictures up there. You probably could see them earlier. One was when I first started kindergarten. That was my kindergarten picture. I was like grade, like I said, kindergarten, so I was like 4 or 5. And then that last one was when we graduated in 2017. Sorry, my knee's getting sore. So the things are getting old, right? But so in 2017, I graduated as the inaugural class of the BAOL. And like I said, I've been teaching since 2014. I didn't even realize it. I gotta stop saying that I've only been teaching for 5 years. I think I just said that to one of my bosses like last year. And I'm like, I've been only teaching for 5 years. And I'm like, no, wait, it's almost 10 years. And I'm like, oh my God, didn't even realize, right? So anyway, all right, you guys can't see my presentation. Like I said, I don't know what happened to the screen here. But we're gonna get to my motivators. So while I was in that in that tail end of that OLD program, I start to look around in the room, and I realized there's only 2 of us that are learning in my family. Like, I have extended family. If you know my family, they're huge, right? Like, because they've all had a bunch of kids. My grandma had 9 kids. Her mother had, I think, 11. I think there was 11 of them. And then the same with my grandma, my dad's side. They all had big, like, families. But what I start to know within my grandma's family was there was only 2 of us that even seen the importance of learning our ways and learning about Gayokono. And I was like, that's really sad. So while it was one time when I was in that test, I remember me and EY would sit together. So that's, if he ever gets that screen working, you'll see a picture of EY when she's got a daughter now that looks exactly like her. But it's me and her standing there. I'm about maybe 12 or 13, and I think she's like about 2 or 3. Is it? I broke it. Anyway, so she was one of my motivators because both her and I were the only 2 in this program. And I said it to a friend, and I think she took me literally where I was like, we're the only 2 learning. And she's like, well, there's other people, you know. She goes like, my niece is learning. And I said, no, I get that. I said, I'm talking within my own family. I was like, Sotke, Ankro Wiguego. Like, she told me all that stuff. And I know she told her own kids that. I'll move it this way. I know she told her kids the same thing, because talking with my aunt, Kagwas, it was the same exact stuff, right? She taught her the same. So I know she said the same thing to my mom. I know she said the same thing to my aunts and uncles. And they don't care to learn. They don't care to learn. They don't care to pass our ways down to their kids. And my aunt, Kagwas, is the only one of my grandmother's kids that is still doing what she needs to be doing. So she knows about Onokotrat So'a, you know. She was a teacher for how many years? Like 20 plus years. She just retired actually because of COVID. I keep trying to convince her to go back to teaching, but but she's looking after her grandbabies. But anyway, so I start to think to myself, I was like, how do I make language learning cool again? And I was like, at the time, like I said, I was in that OLD program and starting to go into that I was like, I'm gonna share things that my grandma taught me. So I had this thing, and I can't even bring it back up in memories because I deleted my old Facebook. I kind of wish I did it now at this point, but hang it, it's already gone. But at the time, I started sharing traditional teachings by Clara Paulus, right? And I start to share the things that she taught me. Like I said, I was thinking she was half crazy most of the time when she would tell me things. It's like 5 years old, right? She's telling me things. We'd be sitting there watching Price is Right, and she'd be like, Kaya ni yasta, kago na ko isko da. And I was like, what's she gonna tell me this time, right? So I had shared all these teachings, and I did not realize that not everybody had the same teachings. I thought everybody had a Grandma Clara. Everybody was getting this knowledge, right? I didn't know that until some of my friends start commenting, and they're like, I've never heard that. They're like, I've never heard that. Nobody's ever told me this stuff. So I kept sharing I think I got up to like 25 or something like that. I don't know. After a while, I was like, okay, I'm not telling you guys all my secrets. I was like, you gotta come and sit with me and visit with me, or come into my class, and you guys gotta come and learn. So anyway, I've had full circle moments, because especially this last year, because I realized last school year that those same friends that were telling me that they'd never been taught that stuff, I'm now teaching their kids. I see their kids at SMP STEAM, and their kids are going home and saying the stuff that I'm teaching them. And they're like, oh, where did you learn that? And they're like, Miss Johnson taught us that. So I had a lot of full circle moments in this last year. So that was one of my motivators, was because there's only 2 of us that are actually learning in Gayokono. There's more now, but again, at that time, like I said, I remember being in that test with Ewaihan, and I was like, I think that was one of my 10 honyons to Sakoyeriso. So my prayers to the Creator, I was like, we need more people. We need more of our family in here. And I can tell you, I think just to date, I've taught now, I think 12 of my cousins, not within my family still, but within my extended family. So like my 3rd, 4th, and 5th cousins, I've taught them. So I was saying it to them that a couple years ago, because I said, I said, I prayed for you guys. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I was like, I wanted more of our people in this program. I was like, and now you're in it. So I said, Swadzago. I said, come on. I was like, keep going. I said, because I got 4 jobs and I only want 1 at the end of the day. I said, I'm so busy, and I'm not the only one. Everybody that's in language, we're so busy all the time. So when people try to tell you that there's no jobs there, and you just tell them Saniha, because there is. You come talk to me. All right. So our next one here is, you can't see her face. I was trying to find a good picture, but she's making really funny faces in all my pictures, and if I shared it, she'd get embarrassed. So this is when I told her she reminds me of a copper tone baby. She was walking my dog, but this is my oldest niece. This is Ewaihan's daughter, her oldest daughter, Daihande. So she is one of my motivators. She's one of my motivators. She's a student at Everlasting Tree School. I really love what they're doing there. The kids play outside for like 4 hours, right? And that's the stuff that I remember doing. Oh, there it goes again. Screen's gone. So anyway, I was touching that keypad too. But so anyway, she's one of my motivators to keep teaching other people, to keep passing that knowledge down. And I noticed we're getting better now. We're getting a lot better with how we support our kids as they're growing up, right? Like I said, I was fortunate, but then I wasn't really supported by my mom and my dad. My grandmother, she took on me when I was like 5 years old, and she raised me right until I was about 19, 20-ish, around there, right? So, and she did the best she could. And even my parents, they did the best they could because they were young parents. But what I noticed now is we're raising really aware kids, which is awesome to see, because that means we're getting back to how we were prior to residential school, right? And that's one of the things that we have to be gentle with ourselves, is because I can move back. I thought they had to come over here. If we are starting to heal ourselves, that means we're starting to move out of that survival thing. Because during my grandma's time and during, even my mother's time, we just survived, right? And I keep trying to drill it into my students and to myself even. A lot of the time I'm just telling myself this. I need to move out of survival and I need to move into thriving, because our people are thrivers, right? Even though we have that trauma from the residential schools, it's okay to acknowledge it, but we don't need to carry it anymore. That's not mine to carry, that's not ours to carry. Ours to carry now is to pick up that legacy that our ancestors survived so that we could thrive, right? So that's the whole point, right? My next one is my nephew. So with my niece and my nephew, the things that I see with them, like example, my niece, she's got anxiety about heights. And I don't really know where that came from. I noticed it when she was about 3 or 4. She started becoming scared of things. And all of a sudden, within the last couple of years, now it's a thing with bridges, if she's up on really high bridges. But I commend my cousin, and I'm always sending her things too, right? And we're always having talks about different study things I see coming out about parenting. But what she did with her, we were going over a bridge in the States there. And some of those bridges are really high, right? And she started to tell me, she said, oh, I just got to distract her. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, just wait. She's like, let me talk to her. She's like, Daihande, close your eyes. She's like, do your deep breathing. She's like, and just listen to my voice. And so she was talking to her. She's like, in, out, getting her to breathe. And I didn't know that she was getting these panic attacks while she was on these bridges, right? So we get done and she's like, oh yeah, she's got real bad anxiety about these bridges. And I was like, oh. But just to witness that, when I wasn't supported as a child by my mother, even my grandma didn't really know what anxiety was, what panic attacks were. They don't know what that stuff is, right? But now, the kids that are coming up now, we know what that stuff is. We can recognize it, and we can help them. And that's a huge thing, right? Because before it was like, if a kid started crying, there's nothing wrong with you. You know, I'll give you something to cry about. I know that's probably a common thing we've all heard, right? And it's like, suck it up, you're good. Like I remember I was swinging once upside down on a metal climber, and I fell and I hit the back of my neck. And you know how kids are, I don't know how old I was like maybe 8 or 9. And I remember sitting there telling my grandma, I broke my back, I can't get up. And I think I was moving, I must have been moving like my limbs or something. And she was coming out of the house and she's like, you broke your back? She's like, you didn't break your back. She's like, you're fine. And I'm like, nope, I can't move, I'm paralyzed. And she was going to bingo. She's like, you're all right, walk it off. And gets in her car, eh? And I'm like, I sit there and I'm watching her, and then I get up and I'm fine, right? But at the time, I'm like, my grandma don't even care about me. But you think about that now, right? So I don't know whether that was me wanting attention or anything like that. I can't say really what it was because it was 9-year-old me, right? But yeah, at the time, I thought I was paralyzed. My grandma's like, walk it off, long way from your heart. That's what she always used to say. So anyway, let's move on to my nephew here. So a lot of our people, and a lot of our people that are not coping well, like especially with the pandemic, and like when I say not coping well, we're not doing it in a healthy way. It's because our people are really gifted, right? There's a lot of us here on earth that walk this earth and you can see things that not everyday people can see. And some of our kids are like that. So what's good is I've had really good in-depth conversations. Like I said, even though my grandma died when I was like 20, I had all these people that she had left behind, like her sisters, even some of my aunts and uncles, and my other grandma that could support me in a way. So I was really fortunate, and what they would term as, I guess, rich. I was rich in that way, because I had these people that I could talk to about things. Now, as my nephew comes along, I can have those type of conversations with him and help him out, and my niece. I can help them all out, right? So when they encounter things, because I always tell him, I said, you're the only one I get boy loves from. And he's getting older now, he's getting like to be 6, I think he's gonna be 7. And he tries not to give me hugs when I see him. And I said, no, you gotta give Auntie loves. And he just kind of side-eyes me, but he'll come over and hug me eventually. But I tell him, I was like, you're the only one I get boy loves from. You have to give me loves all the time. I was like, because Auntie loves your loves, and I'll give you my love back. So we have like this big bear hug thing. I kind of dread the day because he's starting to do it back to me, like when he's like a teenager and he can crush my bones. But at the same time, I'm like, hang it. But anyway, so that's my nephew. So that's her second. So again, he's my motivator. He's the reason why, both of them are the reasons why that I start working really good on myself about trying to just be a better Ongohoe every day, right? We have to make that choice. And then we have that third one. So the third one's the crazy one. I've already warned her dad. We just got back on a vacation last week. And I told him, I said, because his name's Dallas. I said, Dallas, I said, oh, you better get that shotgun out. I said, this one's the one that's going to give you the gray hairs. This one's the one that's, even though you think she can't sneak out of the house, she's going to sneak out. I said, she's going to figure it out. She's only 3. She's going on 4. She'll be 4 in August. And she's already snuck out of the house. She got out on them at least 3 times. Once was during a snowstorm, and she had she just had a diaper on, and like her PJs basically. But I said, she's a thinker. So what's good is because we've set this precedence with these older 2 of how they are and support it in language, right? Because they're at ETS, they both are. And then you have this baby that comes along, and I can just see it. I told my aunt, I said, I'm not trying to praise her up. I said, but she's a thinker. I said, the other 2 are thinkers too. I said, but they're thinkers in different ways. Whereas my nephew, he likes like our songs. He's like his dad, he's a singer. So he's gonna, he's already done, they do practice all the time at ETS where they're singing Ostowa Goa. And he's only like 7 and he can sing it. So to know that's really high, that's a really high thing, right? And then their older sister, she picks up, she's kind of like me, or she can pick that language up real quick. She picks up those connections real quick. But this baby, she's doing it without us even really teaching her. So I said to my aunt, I said, when they talk about kids that are like baby geniuses, I said, I think she might be one. I said, because there's certain things that she's doing. She's, like I said, she's gonna be 4, but she's also a COVID baby. And there's things that happen to those kids during COVID. But if you think about it, COVID wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Because what happened is it made us stronger as a community. You've seen our community come together. We protected our elders in that. But also, it made us stronger as a unit, as a family. And she actually grew up the way the old way was. Because in the old way, and I'm talking about like way back in the day, right? When we were in like those old ganoses, that's how our houses were. That's how she grew up. Because her entire family was all around her. All the time, from 0 to basically about 2.5, 3. Right? So I told my aunt, I said, just watch. I said, well, you'll be able to watch when she starts school. I said, she's gonna pick up things a lot quicker. And I'd tell you a story, but I can't do it right now while that camera's on me because it's not, it's real funny. I'll tell you after, maybe when we do question and answers and stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna keep going. All right, so some things that we do with them, like when we took them to the aquarium in Toronto, but I'm always trying to use Gayakonot with them, even though the majority of my nieces and nephews are learning Ganyok Gehaga. It's not a bad thing, right, to be introducing those other languages to them. Because my grandmother, she could speak 5 of the 6. She said that Tuscarora always gave her problems because it sounded like she said it sounded like they had the hiccups when they were talking. But you gotta think too, they're from down south, right? So it's not the same dialect as ours, right? Because like with ours, Mohawk is similar to Oneida, Oneida is similar to Onondaga, Onondaga is similar to Cayuga, and then Cayuga is similar to Seneca, right? So they all kind of relate in certain ways. All right, so that's my motivators. So there's my mentors. So this is my Sot cat. This is Clara when she was a little babe. This is basically who made me who I am. This is her and her husband. I was trying to get these photos up good. I didn't have an internet connection. I was trying to get them to be like full on the thing because I was like, they're not gonna be able to see them. So this is her and her husband Coleman. Now Clara herself was a force to be reckoned with if you knew her. She was not somebody that you wanted to cross, really, right? To me, to her grandkids, she was awesome. But I've heard other stories of other people just being right deathly afraid of her. And I'm like, she was not scary. I was like, but I lived with her too, right? So like I would call her on stuff and different things like that. It's a little bit different when it's that parent dynamic, right? And anyway, but with her, what was unique about her was, like I said, she knew the 5 of the languages, but also her grandfather was a chief, and she married my grandpa, Coleman, and he was a chief. So she was very involved in our confederacy, our traditional confederacy. She was very knowledgeable. She wasn't scared that if we were sitting at Degegage and the speaker forgot a whole section of that, whatever the speech was, she'd get right up and she'd go over to him and she'd tell him. She did that to Pete, I don't know how many times, right? She would do that. She was not scared. She wasn't scared of nobody. I'm trying to get like that for myself. Getting there, I think. She was also, you can't even see her on this one. So she's in the corner. She's in this, this right corner here. This is when they got arrested. She was a protester, right? They were at the council house and they took over the council from our band council. And all these women on this step here, I didn't know that. They all got arrested. So they're waiting for the cop, the paddy wagon basically, to come and pick them up. I didn't know that. I was talking with my aunt about it and she's making me laugh. So with her, there was certain things that I had to confront with her. So a part of my journey is, and something that I want to share, and usually, like as speakers, we go through it because, yeah, we all carry something from that residential school, whether you think you do or you don't, right? We all carry it. Because if we didn't, we'd all speak our language, right? And we don't. So a part with her that I just learned actually last fall, or no, actually, I think it was a couple years ago now, so two falls ago, was that her it'd be her grandmother. So my great-grandmother, her grandmother went to residential school. And I always wondered because she would tell me stories and she'd tell me stories about like, they would have to go into the bush and they'd hide from that Indian agent, right? Like she was one of the older ones, she was the second oldest. So they'd take the babies with them and they'd go and hide. And I was like, well, how the heck did you know? How did you know to hide from the Indian agent? But her grandmother had went there, and her grandmother was raped by those priests. So they knew what was going on there. Because she would tell me things. Like I said, she was telling me things all the time. She was telling me things when I was like, what? I was like, I didn't understand it. And now I get it. And I'm like, because she was saying like, oh, she goes, all that stuff that you read about the Holocaust. She's like, they're doing that to our people too. And I'm like, what? And I didn't get it, right? And then I went to university, and like I said, I was taking Indigenous Studies with Sue Hill, and I got looking at different things, and I start to realize that she was right. And I was like, oh, okay. So anyway, that was a barrier I met within my journey. In that third year, I was studying, and I was studying like 3-4 hours a night. And I'd be looking at my paradigms, I'd be writing them out, I'd be speaking them, and I'd go into class and there was nothing there, nothing. And I was like, what is happening? And I was like, oh my God, what is, like, I'm like, I'm not lazy, I know I'm doing the work, why is it not sticking in my head? And I remembered this story that she told me about her going to school. And she said she was just little. She was about maybe 7. I think they made her finally go to school. And she said she could only speak our language. And the teacher asked her name, and she answered him in Onondaga. And he come over and he grabbed her hands and he had that ruler and he slapped it on her hands. And when I acknowledged that piece, that I carried that piece with her, I can tell you it unlocked my language. So as I'm studying at Queen's University now, that's actually what I want to do my thesis on, and talking about the trauma that we need to get away from in order to basically unlock our languages for our second language learners. Because we all run into it. We all do. Like I said, even if you think you're not impacted, you are. You are in a way, you just might not know the story. Because a lot of them don't talk about it, right? They don't talk about those stories. And then there's Degakwa. So she took on the mentoring after Clara. So Ima Johnson, she just passed like a few years ago. And she's a Mohawk speaker. And I always just, I remember going to class with her. She would take me with her sometimes. And I always just remember having fun and laughing in the language, right? So with her, when I was having these revelations of things, that's who I had these conversations with, and we start talking about things. And she would kind of walk me through what I was experiencing and what the emotion that was sitting there and help me kind of process it out, right? And it was through her that she was really encouraging me about teaching and going into that B.Ed and stuff like that. And so she was really one of my biggest mentors. And then about halfway through, because she's been gone like I think like 3 or 4 years now. She's been gone. She went just before COVID. I start to realize that she could talk Gayakono to me, and I was like, "What? There's been this entire time, and you could have spoke Gayakono with me." So I'm really fortunate. Again, like I said, I discovered it because now I have a bunch of these recordings on my phone, and I've been telling my aunties and my uncles, and I said, when you're ready, you let me know. I said, I'll airdrop it to you, right? We can do that now. I can just move those files over. It's really cool with our things. So that was with that. And this last picture that I'm sharing is that inaugural class of STEAM. All these students in that inaugural class had to take Gayokono. There was no other language offered there. Now we have 2. I'm trying to work on 3. The guy that's teaching our Mohawk class now, he can speak a little bit more than just Mohawk. But anyway, Totso and Toga. Totso na eat. So I think I'm supposed to leave some time for questions. I figured if I gave you guys about 15 to 20 minutes, just kind of wrap it up. But yeah, so now I'm teaching at SMP STEAM, but I also have just accepted a position over at Six Nations Polytechnic as a university instructor. So at the end of this school year, I'll be moving over to the Schwiegen campus because we need more teachers. We don't have enough, right? Especially in Gayakono, we're struggling right now. We're struggling. So if there's anybody that's thinking about learning Gayakono, Sadzago, get out there. Like I said, I dream of the day when I only have 1 job, because right now I think I'm still at 3. And I want to be down to 1. And it's funny because every time I'm like getting close to being done 1 job, I always get asked, so what you doing next month? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, I have another class. And I'm like, so I told that, somebody just asked me that a couple weeks ago, one of my students, and I said, come back to me after April. I said, I'll let go of 2 jobs at that point, and I'll have my evenings free again. So I'll be having another job, so I'll be down to 2. But is there any questions? So I was kind of laughing. I'm like, most of the people in this room, I already know you guys. I don't know really yet, as far as I know, we only have 1 full-time instructor right now, which is Tanya Henry, Goihwai. And she teaches a lot of the core courses, so the required courses. But I do know she wants to kind of switch to days, which I think they're talking about. They haven't finalized it yet, but they were talking about moving that year 4, which is that master's, the honors master's, to daytime. So I'm not sure if she's going to move there. And then I would take over in some of the evening courses, because right now she contracts out a lot from just like other instructors, not just Tanya, right? Like I teach 2 different courses, and I was teaching one in the fall time. So, and then we were kind of scrambling to try and find other ones to fill up some of the other ones, because we're all getting stretched pretty thin. We don't have a lot of speakers, right? And like I was saying, I'm trying to convince Kagwas, because she's a teacher. I'm like, come on, come back. I was like, You don't have to go like to the elementary school. You could go and teach adults. It's a lot different, right? And so that's where I'm at right now. And it's kind of funny that I end up teaching at STEAM. I said because, and I joked with the kids all the time because I said, you know, I wanted to get paid to be arguing every day. I said, that's what I get paid to do. I said, and I know your arguments. I said, because I had them. I had all those excuses. But, you know, I said, that's the thing with me. And I was just saying this to a colleague the other day because we were talking about, she had to, I don't know, she wanted to go into this, she was supply teaching for another teacher. We had a field trip. And she wanted to go into this meeting thing. And I was like, well, what is it? And I start looking at it, and I was like, well, it's Indigenous studies. I was like, it's got to do with media, multimedia stuff. I was like, you're going into a P-Tech program. There you go. I said, as my brain can make those connections. That's the dangerous part of me. But it's also a good thing, because I think with our first language speakers, like, they were really good in passing down that knowledge, but sometimes they had a hard time articulating themselves in English. So I don't think we're really that bad off as a people, because we do have a lot of people that have gone through immersion, our immersion programs, and we can articulate ourselves really well in English. Even though once in a while I still slip back to my slang and my res accent, I always tell the kids, I'm like, just own that res accent. I said, that just tells people you speak another language. That's all it is. I said, but it's a good thing, I think. Anybody else? Nope. That's a bathroom break, I think. Oh, that's all. Oh.
chỉ để quan được qua wana sung à qua wana sung à qua wana sung à ô han đông ya ban ni sera the nyun je ô han đông ya wan ni sera the nyun je ô han đông ya ban ni sera the nyun je
sa hon dwa drunyo sa ni dwa wano das o hando ha wen shradanyungi
de wanderum. De wanderum. De wanderum. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ungwawana sun a. Ohandum yabani sera de nyunje. Ohandum yawani sera de nyunje. Ohandum yabani sera de nyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyo. Se ni dwawano das. Ohando hawan shradanyungi.
We're just waiting on one more group to come in and we'll do our summary. Oh, here they come now. Is that microphone on in the middle there? That microphone on? We're part of our last 20 minutes or so. Everybody's starting to pack up. Lori. Is everybody in here now, Kevin? Okay, we're going to close, have some, we just want to wrap up and thank everybody for this afternoon and this morning. We want to thank all of the sponsors for supporting us.
I'm going to announce their name one more time. Grand River Employment and Training, great. Ongwa Home Skills Trades and Training Center, Six Nations Lifelong Learning Task Force, Six Nations Language Commission, McMaster University, Six Nations Polytechnic, and Seeing Red Media. So we'd like to thank all those sponsors one more time. And in your booklet, there was some questions. If you can drop them off, fill them out, send it to us, drop it off to Lori back here in the corner. Lori, if you have any questions. I just want to ask if anybody has any suggestions for our next conference. There's a microphone right there. If you say it in there, we'll have it recorded because we're going to transcribe some of these recordings. Just give us some ideas of what you might want to have discussed. I'll give you 2 minutes. If nobody comes to the microphone, I will close the meeting. Everybody's on their way. Now, Andrew. Now go. Okay, so I guess we'll close the meeting. There's no one making suggestions. There's a question on the questionnaire. If you could make a comment to us about the conference. I know it's tough on a Saturday when it's snowing. Okay. Or trying to rain. To stay. Everybody's kind of getting scared. They said they're trying to predict freezing rain. Okay, Amazon gift card, $50 worth. Betty Bomberry. Sazagon. Satnya. Okay. Oh, and one's a sweatshirt. Ooh, somebody that lives on second line. They had no one. The hell when they lita. The hell they went lita. Mohawk. 1521 second line. It's got a phone number, so we'll call them. Okay. Okay, so everybody's leaving, so we'll do the closing. I and the Hangwai Huans ni Sanyo, and what town you and na Sani Dwai dance, Sani Dwano, Nani Jungwa Home. Gagon di Gausanyo, what Kasongo, Gagon 800 Wai what canto and na to Santo, Guy what Dicon Ganohanyok. Nati on ways that scan out to not on your native name way he has got. And why and what you go on Scott, but I know you again your tongue on what you go on so. And down and draw Troy Hondoing Honton your touch snakes. Now Hawaiian he, needing he quick and did you know on your need again your tongue on what you go on so. And down and draw Troy Hondoing Honton your touch snakes. Now Hawaiian he, needing quick and did you know on your need again your tongue on what you go on so. And down and draw Chui gate Nikodaki Dohia Kyono, Natioki Dongis Nanto Wednesday. Nid he quick of the Tino on your gay Nikodaki Hodohia Kyono, Dionki and your dong, need again your tongue on Guadni Gohan song. And down and draw Chui Sedogowania Scania Dayo, or Hawana taught was that Scano he went shredding Yungi. Need he quick to den honyo, Sedogowania Scania Dayo, need again your tongue on Guadni Gohan song. And down and draw Troy, how I get to Nagris and Guayadiso. Nate Santo Santo, Scano, I do not know. Need he greater than Honyo, how I get to Nagris and Guayadiso, need again your tongue on Guatni Gohan so. Nandana Tony God, Queen Ike Hatkaya Kanta Gana Honyo. And Guayhuaneki, Gay Nugudage Hodohia Kiona, don't the sonky hand, the don't kisan hand dance, San Hong was squatting on it now, what Nishrin is. Danito. Our meeting is over. I thank the four beings, the four spirits, to hold our hands as we go home tonight, this afternoon. I ask for their blessing and that they take us home. Now, see you next year. See you next year. Ona. Oh, yes. Grab some food. They fed us very well these last 2 days. Oh, yeah. We forgot to talk about Oneida Sign Language. The Oneidas now have sign language for their people.
G did the wandering. G did the wandering. G did the wandering. Ungwawana soon Ungwawana soon Ungwawana soon O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje. O handum yawani sera the nyunje.
Sahun dwet drunyu. Se ni dwawano das. O handle hatwan shradanyungi.